Pizza does always make you feel better, doesn't it?
It does when I can afford it.
Second, for some reason, the trash truck is here at 2 p.m. Be right back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was like one of my biggest vices right now is I love Chinese food and like Asian takeout, like it's amazing. But the sad
Same
part
here.
is the only place that does it, like for like Uber Eats or whatever, is the Laughing Owl, which is downtown, and they have a very like minimalistic, like very small menu, and I'm just like, and it's ridiculously expensive. Oh, I really because we have this one spot here in town called China King, which we were actually like really good friends with the guy that owns it and runs it, and like we used to go there regularly, like pretty regularly. Like we go pick up food and whatnot, and like he'd throw in extra food for us because we're return customers and we're regulars. And yeah, they had it up on Uber Eats that they did delivery, and the one time I ordered, he's like, no, I'm sorry, like we don't know how to fix that. Like we're up there for pickup, so you could order online, but we don't know how to fix it to state that we don't do delivery. So the lady that went out there like picked up my order, and they were like, okay, well here's how much it is like in cash. And she's like, but they've already paid for it. And so she literally had to go like into her own pocket and pay for it, and then like came out and told me, and I was like, okay, well here, and I doubled the amount that I paid and gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well that just fucking sucks. Like what the fuck, man? Also, I know I'm not stupid. Where did it go? Aha, there it is. Okay, I'm not stupid. I'm just blind. Had to turn my light on. Sorry. I have written notes and whatnot sitting here, and I'm just like, I know I had them out because I was just looking at them. Like, where the fuck did they go? All right, and we have this over here, and that's lock that in place. Ready up that. Bring up that.
Don't you hate it when you're watching a GIF and the GIF fades to black and then fucking Skyrim opens up?
No.
That has never happened.
Yeah, me neither. But anyway, so
Well,
who would like to do a recap?
I will let somebody else do the recap this time because I have something pretty important to add on to it afterwards once we start.
Yeah. Andrew. Oh no, he did again.
So you have to wait a minute. Or just have someone else do it real quick.
Remember too hard about what happened last session. I know that we're on the way to where we are current. We were on the way to where we are currently via our cart and everything. We pushed through the night, got to the town after I don't know if it was in the I'm being mixing up this. I know that Mordecai or was it Mordecai? The chick with the flaming wings that came out of Carol's arms kind of kicked Tyrell in the ass, or was that a session before last?
That would be Mordecai. She had the black wings with a bluish sheen to them, and yeah,
Okay, so I was right.
she kicked Tyrell in the ass enough to kill him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't know she kicked him to death, but okay, that happened. um, it was interesting because we learned that or at least Elbrick learned what he didn't know, that Tyrell had released her, that she was from Tyrell's arm, that she is yet another supposedly disappeared slash extinct race, and it's the race that like the combination of tiefling and God, what the fuck are they called? I can't remember
Azamar.
right now. Azamar, yeah, tiefling and Azamar. So it's like the combination of them, which is crazy powerful. Uh, she apparently is the embodiment of death, meaning she can't really just create life or heal or things like that. She kind of deals with things decaying or dying.
Mhm.
But apparently her father is the crown of death, I believe.
Her father is Arknaus, the crown of mortality and change.
Immortality and change.
Yep, and that she was cursed with to be the incarnation, basically, of death. That her
Mm-hmm.
curse prevents her from doing anything that would heal or give life or even to get pregnant or anything of that nature. She cannot do any of that, and her curse is applied to her.
Mm-hmm. Although he apparently was willing to fly off to go see if you could answer my question about being able to prove whether or not there is an afterlife. So
Mhm.
there's that hopeful thread. Then we kept going into town. We pushed through the night, got into town, um, started to kind of go shopping. Met a very lightning struck gnomish guy who runs the general store. Asked him some maybe not necessarily great questions. Picked up a bunch of tools so that our Swiss Army knife of a cat lady can be useful. Uh, then was told that when it comes to herbs and herbology slash alchemy, we should meet up with a fur blog. Said fur blog is actually Captain Cadmus, who we were here to try and gain passage with for where we need to go. He was in port. We did meet up with him. We are gaining passage by being part of the crew. There's a talk that still needs to happen because I showed Cadmus Melia's scale, and I want to know the story behind it. Since what I've been told is that he was part of her people's destruction. That kind of made Cadmus maybe uncomfortable, somewhat. But he did say we would have the talk. We haven't had it yet. Then it was supposed to be 2 days before we left, before we sold out. So we're getting prepared. Um, People went off on their own. Some to the tavern to kind of drink and chill. Elberg went off to practice and to even see if it was possible to actually use a spell from the Necromancer's book. He's had a minor bout of success. And then you guys met an interesting performer who was enthralling in a very magical way, but also quite enthralled with those of the party who fell under her thrall.
Mm-hmm.
Giant cat lady, tiefling with horns, actual horns. She sort of gushed about it. She did have a partner who kind of told her to cut it out, stop being rude. And then I found yet another one of her partners separately because I'm not there while I was practicing. Apparently, uh, another one of their members, apparently they're called the Renegades, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
of the party, came through. Youngish lady, uh, kind of downtrodden with a spell book that was slightly hidden, but who took interest in my spellcasting, and I learned a bit about her. She learned a bit about me. We kind of shared spell books and talked about how necromancy isn't necessarily evil, just regulated because it has people have a tendency to make it kind of to use it for evil. um, she weirdly enough had a bunch of skulls on her. I needed one of those skulls to eventually get it plated in some type of metal.
Mm-hmm.
She gave me an orc one. I didn't ask questions when she told me not to ask questions, and we're kind of like friendly acquaintances for now, at least. Uh,
Yeah, and
there
for
was the
future
temptation to
reference,
recruit her.
yeah, the future reference, her name is Ella.
I love that's what it was.
Yep, yep.
I kept doing Stella in my mind. I was like, I'm not gonna say it. Don't tell me I'm not gonna say it. I've been doing the every character, every game I've been in. I
It's
think
fine.
there's fucking Justin's game, there's a guy named I think Simon, and I keep calling him Samson or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, so some acquaintances. There's a temptation to recruit her because she is an actual wizard and seems to be could be useful. But Elbrig was like, nope, nope. She's part of the group. Can't really go poaching. That's not nice. Um, and then after all that, people can chime in for what they did. I just remember what I did pretty much, mainly. And then Elbrig returned to the boat, got to his chamber, whatever sort of room he shared with other people, and just kind of
Yeah, his
sat down
bunk.
with Samson and had a drink from his glass, which I'm going to have to get refilled.
Yep. And the excess of that is that you all did, in fact, the three of you did, in fact, meet the group called the Renegades, which consisted of the Dragonborn of seemingly noble birth, in full, very heavy metal armor, named Kothter, along with Ella, who seemed very interested in her puzzle and was very much not a social butterfly. You met Tempest, who was the Air Genasi bard that was doing her performance. Excuse me. And was captivated by the wonder of not not even close to like Tyrrell's skin coloration or anything, but just the magnificence of Tyrrell's horns, and also the fact that Tyrrell was a planar hunter, and your 7 foot tall cat. She was very, very enthralled by that. In fact, she was also enthralled by the fact that she has a tail, and then was also rather curious and full of wonder about Nomad being so fully equipped in armor, but was settled down by Ella and Faro, which Faro was revealed to also have been a member of the Planar Hunters Guild, but seemed rather shut tight about his past and history. There was a lot of back and forth and talks, and also that between Koster and Tyrrell, a friendly wager was struck of 50 gold to see who would become famous first, the Renegades or the Wanderers. And it's a friendly bet, but gives a little bit more incentive, I suppose. And that the night was passed with drinking, talks, and eventually the two remaining individuals in the tavern retiring to their rooms for the evening. As Tempest had gone on a adventure of her own throughout the town, and as night fell, it seems that the rest of the renegades had gone out to go and find her and retrieve her. And with that, we will be brought back to the following morning. And as the day greets you all, Elbrig was staying the night in the ship, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yes. All right. So Elbrig was sleeping in the ship. Tyrrell and Nomad, I would assume, were roomed
Yes.
together.
Tyrrell probably would have been asleep by the time Nomad came in.
Mm-hmm.
One thing to mention, specifically for Elbrig.
Yeah, he noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does the player know?
Uh,
Oh, that you went to go talk with Cadmus at the end of the night, pretty much before Albert went to sleep. I did not eavesdrop, even though I could have.
yeah. He did not overhear anything or see anyone else leave, if that is your question.
No, I was just wondering if he knew that.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
he knows that Nomad had ventured onto the ship later that night to go speak with Cadmus.
Yes. Tyrrell will awake the next morning to Nomad sitting in a chair staring at him.
The first thing Tyrrell does is look to see if he's tied up to any sort of.
Tyrrell is not tied to the bed.
Okay. And then he's,
At least
just
not
kind of
anymore.
look at you. Yeah, look at you when I wake up and just be like, did I do something?
Nomad would kind of just stare at you for a bit and then say, No. But I did. And we may need to gather and discuss what I've learned.
Can you give me a brief summary?
Nomad would kind of look around the room and then say, "Last night I went to speak with Cadmus,
Yes.
and as seems to be common for us, there was an Einkur in the room.
Sounds about right. Do you know which one?
Your worries about Imtrix are assuaged.
Uh,
She's fine. Physically.
yeah, I assume she was still alive. My issue is more about her, if she's in a state of rage.
Would Nomad know about the 5 stages of grief?
He has witnessed them very rapidly with Elbrig.
Nomad would say she's in the process of grieving.
Tyrell's just gonna give you one of those looks and say, I didn't exactly mean the actual states of grief. I just meant, is she very pissed off?
Nomad would just shake his head no.
Okay.
And would say, I don't know if I'm at liberty to say exactly the course of the conversation due to the nature of it, but I've learned something regarding our mission that I think we should all be present to hear.
So, you want to gather us to regale something that you're not sure you're at liberty to say?
Nomad is going to look at you and say, I'm not at liberty to say.
Tyrell's just gonna stare at you blankly with one of those "it's too fucking early" looks, and just
Nomad is
go with it. I'll just he'll sit up and get ready, and just pretty much tell you, well, we better go find the others then, figure out who has liberty to tell us.
Nomad would nod and stand up and proceed out the door to go find I would assume that at this point the cat is probably downstairs getting breakfast.
No, actually. I told her this
Do
was
we
gonna
hear that
happen. I told her it was gonna happen. So as you all begin to gather things up and begin to make your way towards the door for the morning routine, it is currently about 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun has very recently come up, and the fog has also returned to the landscape. But the still silence of the area around you all is just immediately shattered by the very sudden panicked scream coming from Misted's room.
Nomad is no longer walking and would
Okay.
proceed immediately to the door and open it.
Okay, Tyrell,
Tyrell is still walking. He
see,
is not thrown off from this. Screams mean they're alive. It's fine.
so Tyrell's just going downstairs.
He's going to the room, but he's not like in a brisk hurry about it. assumes that something happened, but probably nothing of danger.
All right, I need you both to roll initiative.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Trask Dad.
It's
I
Daddy
was ready.
Tarask. No, as Nomad opens the door and the two of you kind of like look in, you see Misted is still laying in bed, but is kind of like up against the wall right now,
Mm-hmm.
and is currently being clung to and snuggled by Tempest.
Mm. Uh,
Nomad is going to look at this for approximately 3 seconds, and then close the door and walk away.
As the door begins to close, you see Misted going, "Help! Help! 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 Help!" and like
Tyrol
reaching out.
Oh, just Nomad would start to close the door, but if she does that, Nomad would like stop and then turn to Tyrell and say, "Do you know where that one's teammates are?"
I don't know where they are in the bar right now, but Tyrol's just gonna kind of walk in and attempt to grab Tempest and just kind of pull her off.
She's not very heavy.
Albrecht comes around the corner and sees Nomads with like
So,
ready, shirt off. What's happening? Who's are we under attack?
yeah,
Nomad would
Tyrol,
just turn to Elberg and say, "It's nothing to worry about."
As you
What do you
all are,
fucking mean it's not
Tyrol,
for?
all thing.
as you all are now gathered at the door and into the room, you see a very odd sight. As the individual that the three of you had been introduced to as Faro comes not really running but quickly jogging down the hall, and is just like seems aware of what's possibly going on, goes into the room and sees Tiro kind of like holding Tempest, who is still sound asleep, by the way. And
I'm holding it like if you'd imagine a sack of potatoes, just with like one hand picking it up and just like, what is this?
Like
mm,
by the scruff of the neck, like a cat.
Yeah, just
and he just kind of like, I'm, um, yeah, that's ours. I'm sorry. She sleep floats.
Nomad
she
would
what?
kind of just say, Nomad would kind of just like look at this and turn to Faro and say, and then like stop and just announce to the room in general, "I'm going downstairs," and just leaves.
Yeah. So for the
As
all four of you, with her technically included in this, uh, roll a perception check for me, please.
13. Nomad's not paying terribly close attention.
It's not that hard to spot.
well,
Okay. And Elbrig, you said you were there as well.
also when he made the comment about she sleep floats, you can see an idea crosses Tyrol's mind, and he gets one of those raised eyebrows.
Mm. Did you
Do it.
say
He's thinking about
Elbrig is in the room as well?
Do it. Andrew, do what you have to. I know that you want to, and I want you to too. Do it. It's what your character would do, Tyrell.
I know it is. I want to see what Elbrig got first, and then I'm probably gonna. That's something.
Uh-oh. I think I forgot to mention that I had another 12 blimps heading towards Quinn as we spoke, so
Oh
I
no.
guess they've arrived.
It's
Ricky's are
actually
coming next week.
Oh sweet. I can't wait. It'll be great. Actually, since I'm already
what
here.
is it? What do you think about when you look up in the night sky or something like that? No, it's a blimp.
She never knows. She is not to hear about this.
Understood.
She
About
does
the
not
blimp?
get to hear about this.
About the blimp of a child.
No, about the fact that I click one time and she automatically gets a nat 20.
We will say nothing. Unfortunately, it will be present in the log.
Oh, don't worry, there'll be plenty of rolls before then.
Awesome.
But
Oh wait, did you start streaming?
yes,
Okay, well,
she
let's
doesn't
just
We
watch it.
can
hope. Okay, good.
But Elbrig, notwithstanding with this roll, as 3 of you succeeded and 1 of you succeeded, based off my roll, which is apparently just stupidly insane. All of you notice that he has that furrow on the top of his head has a set of very small antlers growing out of his head, and
Who the
that's
fuck is Pharrell?
and uh and that's the color of his hair seems to slightly be shifting, as it seems to be going from a soft white, almost bluish color to a more green and orange.
As we notice this, Tyrell decides to drop the Tempest over the bed to see if she floats.
She floats for a moment and then just kind of gently flops down onto the bed.
Okay. Tyrell picks her back up and kind of just swings her over towards him.
And Fro walks over and just kind of like Princess Carrie catches her.
Drop.
And you hear Tempest just mutter, "Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon."
No, I mean Tyrell's just regurgitating cinnamon.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on in here? You can
Cinnamon.
see Elberg's head is peeking through, that like one eye is past the doorway, just looking in.
Nomad is walking down the stairs.
And
Alright.
as Nomad passes by, the scent of Furrow seems to follow him, and Elbrick picks up the scent of cinnamon coming off of this individual.
Wait, off Nomad?
Off of Furrow.
Bro.
Who the fuck is Pharrell?
The one with
Furrow
the
appears to be some kind of human male, and is currently holding Tempest, who looks to be an Air Genasi.
I'm still lost. What's going on?
And you see Furrow just kind of, apologies. I'll get her back to bed. Thank you. And just quickly like shuffles out of the room and kind of like holding his head down. Then it proceeds to one of the rooms down the hall and opens the door and closes it.
Tyrell just kind of claps his hands together now that that's over and looks back to Misted and says, well, you're awake, which is good. So stay awake and come downstairs.
You're talking to me? Missed it?
Missed
Wait,
it.
what?
Tyrell also points at you and says you're requested downstairs as well.
What? Why? By who?
Nomad needs to gather everyone for something, so we're gonna go find out what it's about.
Let me go put a shirt on. Like huffs as he walks back to his room, mumbling about disturbances and non-important things and random fucking women. What the hell? He's very confused as fuck.
Phrasing.
Okay. But a couple minutes later, as everyone, including Misted, has, gathered themselves and Misted has seemed to defluff and defuzz herself.
Tyrell would have Misted's breakfast option down because he knows she won't operate without it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be ready.
You
Alright.
find Nomad, uncharacteristically, down at the table, not reading a book. Instead, he simply has a map opened on the table and is sort of like sitting there, waiting.
Well, I guess that's the first sign of the apocalypse.
I mean, he's still reading something.
No, he's not even looking at the map. He's just sitting there with his hands crossed, just like looking at you guys and like giving you the look of like, I am waiting. It looks to describe this for the players, it kind of looks like a somewhat disappointed teacher waiting for the student to come and sit down at their desk.
So,
On geometry today.
what, what, what's happening, my man?
Nomad would kind of wait for everybody to gather and then sort of glance around the tavern. He's picked specifically a table in the farthest, remotest corner of the tavern. He doesn't usually do that. Usually he just picks a table at random, but this time he has specifically picked the farthest one from the room. And he would say, I have learned some things pertaining to our mission.
Are you at
Go
liberty?
on.
Okay. Before you proceed and continue, are you trying to speak quietly or speaking normally?
Nomad would be speaking slightly softer than usual.
Okay, good to know, because Ella is on the other side of the room, sitting at a table with a book open.
Yes. It is a very soft tone. You'd probably need to be
If it's
specifically listening in to hear him.
all right, I'd say Tyrell would ask if it's like highly important.
Nomad would say it's fairly important, yes. And
Okay, Tyrell would then ask, "Is it better if we went to maybe Cadmus's ship to have this conversation?"
But I thought we were on Cadmus's ship.
No, they are in the
No,
tavern.
Oh, so you guys haven't go to the tavern? I thought we were on the
No,
ship.
they legit had paid for 2 rooms and 4 beds in those 2 rooms. Well, Nomad did.
Okay, then I'm sorry. I thought we were on the ship. I wouldn't. I would not have been there. I would not have said anything
Yeah.
because I wouldn't have been there to hear this.
Yeah.
well, the magic eating hole just absorbs Elbrick for a minute and shits him back out in Cadmus's ship. So,
The magic
Yep.
eating hole.
Good. Yep.
God, now I'm gonna have to
Tyrell
make a
just
character
thinks-
sheet for that.
Yep, Tyrell just is thinking with portals and opens up one under him and just yeets him on a ship.
wandering dimension door.
Yes.
I mean, no, just retcon that Elbrig wasn't there to encounter Faro or hear Misted scream and see Tempest,
Just
Yeah.
a little drunk, and we imagined him there.
but that Elbrig would awake aboard Cadmus's ship on the mid deck.
Yes.
Would the cat scream have reached him to that distance?
I mean, it was a pretty quiet morning, so maybe if he was listening really, really, really hard, possibly.
I would not have been.
Light a sleeper is Elbrig.
I'm asleep. I went to sleep drinking. There's no way I'm listening really, really hard.
Would it have gotten Samson's attention?
Samson relies on smell,
Fuck.
or he has
Would
advantage
it-
on smell.
No, he has. It's keen hearing and smell. I believe,
is it?
unless we changed it. Yeah, it's well.
Okay.
Well,
Samson's ears might perk up and then go back down.
Okay.
Elbrig
Yeah,
would
keen hearing and
recall that last evening Nomad did pass by him. And
yeah.
you could reasonably assume that he was going to the tavern.
I mean,
On the
not
way
really.
out, Elbrig would have already been passed out by then.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I had not seen. I saw you go in, and then just drank and
If
went to sleep.
if Nomad passed by on his way out and Elbrig was already passed out, he might have left him a note. In
The
fact, I think
the actual action that Nomad had done was as Nomad passed back through and saw Elbrick was there in the bed, but Elbrick might have been sleeping kind of weird, and all Nomad did was in passing state that, we have a long day ahead or whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was that Nomad said to him, and then just kept walking. Like, canonically, that's exactly how that went. So
Yes, I do recall that, but I believe that you had told me that he was awake.
So he was sitting there and he had been reading and drinking.
Miscommunication.
Tyrrell would just emphasize the fact that maybe we should go to Cadmus's boat.
To the Shattered Star.
Yes.
And you see Mystic kind of turn around with, like, mouthful of food, just, can it
Yeah,
wait?
If Elbrig was not at the tavern, then it would have changed Nomad's action.
Yeah.
He would not be sitting there in the corner. He would just be sitting and sort of waiting without a map for everybody to be ready to go.
Yeah. And Mystic would probably finish eating and drinking in probably the span of about 10, 20 minutes and be ready to go.
Jesus.
She's a big creature. She has to eat.
Nomad's a big creature.
Nomad does not eat. As far as you know.
What happens to all that rust?
What happens when Nomad, powers down for a little time there, huh? Goes full on Deathwalker.
There is one less soul in the world now, and we will never know about it.
Oh, you just hear the sound of slurping coming from inside of Nomad.
I mean, that's not entirely impossible, actually.
I know. But,
So
I would gather that you all then proceed to head towards the Shattered Star.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, and as you guys go to leave, you see that the renegades have begun to come down and are gathered and packed up and seem to be heading out that day. But do not stop to really say anything. The only thing of, like, visual note is that Tempest seems to still be passed out, draped over Faro's shoulders.
Like a sack of potatoes?
More like a piggyback ride.
So like an expensive sack of potatoes.
Like a backpack. She's a backpack.
So like a sack of potatoes that has sentimental value.
She's not a sack of potatoes.
Is it
Yeah,
because she
potato.
weighs less?
Anyways, so you all make your way to the Shattered Star and are allowed entry down below deck to the residential quarter of the ship, I suppose you can call it, which is the mid-deck.
Albrig's still asleep.
It is
No.
currently 7 o'clock in the morning.
Elbrick would be up.
Would you? You were pretty drunk.
It wasn't that drunk.
Wasn't drunk. It was like I said, I was just drinking and then going to sleep. You people drink to get drunk most of the time. Elbrick has to intentionally get drunk.
Yeah.
He's done it before.
I'll do it again too.
All right, but you're all there now in the mid-level. So what are you
You
doing?
probably catch Elbrick on the way out to go to the tavern.
Mm-hmm. Nomad would kind of just. I assume that we would walk down the stairs and see Elbrick sort of walking towards the stairs.
Yep, I say, hey guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I gotta refill my flask. And then kind of wiggle the flask.
Nomad catches Elbrick by the shoulder and just sort of turns him around and says, "We need to talk first."
I'll just Spartan kick him back down the steps.
Don't really like getting manhandled, but alright.
He's technically.
I mean, you're technically being robot handled, so it's a little different.
You had him as a he, as far as I know. Stop trying to be technical, okay? Point is, don't manhandle me. It's what the saying is called. I don't give a shit if you're a man or not. If a woman was doing it, I would still say manhandle. Don't get technical.
Manhandle him more. He
Elbrick
enjoys it.
literally just like the knife hands. It's just like, no touchy!
Nice.
See?
Manhandle him more. He deserves it.
I really don't.
How heavy is Elbrig?
No, we are not doing it.
I mean, I
So
will actually attack you if you try to manhandle.
no. So basically, Nomad would just as Elbrig is passing, Nomad would sort of just like put a hand on Elbrig's shoulder and say, "We need to talk first," and then would sort of like gesture back towards the sort of the sleeping quarters of the ship.
Is it going to immediately change the outcome of whether someone is dead or not? Because I mean, I haven't had breakfast yet or
It
anything
would
like
be
that.
best if you were not inebriated.
No one said. Oh, I said I haven't had breakfast. What the fuck?
Just stay for it, Elbrig. It'll be all right. You can eat after,
Misted has brought food.
or there's that option. Steal it from the cat.
Why would you be? She literally brought it.
I didn't know if it was her secret stash or whatnot.
Don't you question her secret stash?
I can only imagine she has pocket bacon.
You'll never know.
Pretty sure her secret stash contains more than food.
Get over this. So
The
I
arcane
guess I'll
cabinet.
call you guys back.
Yep, and she would, hand some food to Elbrig on their way.
Nomad would proceed to a cot and sit down gingerly on it and sort of wait for everybody to gather. And then once everybody had gathered, he would kind of look around and say,
To
I
all the
have.
sleeping individuals.
Mhm.
Dude, this is still the residential quarter. This is still the sleeping quarters. Like, there's other people still sleeping down here.
If there are still other people sleeping down here, Nomad would pick a location specifically furthest away from all of them.
That would be the captain's quarters.
Yeah, that was
Like
kind of
right
too.
next to them or in them.
Probably the best option would be in them.
I say Tyrrell's idea was to go into Cadmus's
Yeah,
office. What I was going to get at when you started this, I was about to say we should probably go to the captain's quarters.
if there were. See, this is another situation where I am not being fed information that I require. If there are people sleeping down here, Nomad would see that and proceed to Cadmus's door and knock.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was assuming that's what you were you were like heading towards anyway. So I didn't like stop or correct or further like narrate.
Always correct me. I
Duly
need the
fucking
deets.
noted.
I need the deets.
So for reference, by the way, this is a fully manned, fully crewed ship. The ship
Yes.
itself, from the outside, looking at the ship from like the dock, it seems to be the regular size of like a sailing ship. So it looks to be about maybe 100 feet long and maybe like 30 or so feet wide. Actually, coming on board the ship, it is more accurate to be around 150 feet long and about 70 feet wide. The first layer, or the top deck, is just the regular top deck. There are 3 sets of sails, or 3 sets of masts, or 3 masts, I'm sorry, with full
This is a
sail
much
and everything
larger
else.
ship than I thought.
Yes, this is a huge ship. There is, of course, the helm at the back. The rails going around the sides are all about 3 foot tall, from the boards to the top of the rails to avoid anyone accidentally falling overboard.
What color are the sails?
The sails are currently tied up, but they look to have a touch of red, black, and white.
Cool.
But the rigging work and whatnot is pretty expansive aboard this ship. The anchor is on the port side, towards the back of the ship. As you go in, you will notice that there's a set of stairs leading down, which leads to the sleeping quarters. Going down all 150 feet of this, aside from a section towards the very front of the ship, where there's another set of steps leading down into what would be the hold. Wall to wall, like down the entire wall, is just rows of beds, like one after another, maybe about a 5-foot gap between each of them, and it is both sides lined all the way down.
This is helpful information.
And that's the base of each one of these beds looks to be some kind of like rut, or like a set point in the wood that the legs of each of these beds sit in, and looks to be able to slide into the center with very minimal effort. Where it looks to be there are hatches at the head of every bed, where you can assume that perhaps there is something underneath the beds that allows you to sit on them and possibly row the ship if need be. Captain's quarters is towards the, oh god, not the stern. I can't think of it right now, but towards the back of the ship, where the quarter deck would be above deck.
Yes, the
That
boog.
whole area is what looks to be a doorway leading into what is Cadmus's quarters.
Yes, the boog.
Yeah, but that is wall to wall, and this ship in particular is, including your guys that's into this number, there is typically no less than 50 people aboard this ship that are actively working it. On top of that is the additional 4 of uh, the officers,
Yes.
which is the captain, the quartermaster, the bosun, and technically, by all technicality, the cook.
Isn't the bosun gone?
The bosun is the one that handles the maintenance of the ship.
Or no, I know what the bosun is. I'm saying, isn't he gone?
Yes, the bosun has decided to stay ashore for this venture, as Tyrrell has inflicted PTSD upon him, and he does not wish to relive that experience. So the bosun, known as Kellum.
Can we elaborate on that? I think I might have missed that.
During your session 0, the bosun was the individual that Tyrrell touched with his hand, and caused him to go into a massive, violent rage, and led him to beating the ever-living shit out of another person or another member of the crew, to the point where the bosun was then dragged away and locked in the hold for containment for almost an entire day. Yeah, he decided to, as soon as he saw Tyrrell come aboard and Cadmus announced that they're going on a voyage, he elected to leave the ship for at least this voyage. So a new bosun is needed. But yeah, that is how the layout of the mid deck or the sleeping quarters is. There are still people like intermittently sleeping and some getting up, some going to bed. Like there's always around the clock somebody that's up and somebody that's going to sleep. I apologize for not elaborating further on it or previously. But yes, the most private area aboard the ship is either the quarterdeck, which is where the actual the steer is for it, which is on the top deck at the very back of the ship, because no one's really there because the ship is not needing to be steered currently. And aside from that, due to the conversation in Cadmus's quarters the previous night from Nomad, Nomad is aware that Cadmus's quarters are very much the most secure location to have conversations like this.
It is simply that Nomad. I did not know that it was such a large ship and had so many people on it, and so
That is my that is my bad. I apologize.
I was thinking the sleeping quarters fit maybe like 30 people tops, and that there would be like 2 people down there. But that is
Yeah.
very different.
Mm-hmm.
So Nomad would knock on the door to Cadmus's cabin.
Okay. And then the door slowly opens. You see Cadmus is still behind his desk.
Nomad would nod to the others and walk in. And would say, I
All right.
thought it would be... Oh.
As you open the door fully and enter, you see that there are 2 individuals in this room with Cadmus. Which one of them seems far too large to actually sit in the chair that he has provided, and the other one is more normal sized. He appears to be talking with 2 individuals, one of which appears to be a half-elf woman. with longish, like medium length brown hair, with just the very tips seem to be touched by ice and frost. And the other individual is a rather large, rather hefty minotaur.
Seeing this,
Yeah, Nomad.
Nomad would
Bring
say,
that.
"Ah, my apologies. I did not know you had guests, Cadmus."
All right, and Elbrick.
Yeah, no, I was looking at Nomad because now we're interrupting, so waiting for that thing to be said. He just said basically. So we're gonna leave and let them finish.
Nomad would nod and begin to close the door unless Cadmus
You see
motions him to
Cadmus
nod.
put a hand up. No, 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 please. Enter. It is fine. We
Nomad would
we were just finishing up here. Thank you.
Nomad would nod and enter.
Okay.
And you said it's a Minotaur and what was the other person?
A
Half.
half-elfin woman.
Half elven woman. Yeah. So
Is Tyrell walking in as well?
Yeah.
Okay. The two of them seem to turn and acknowledge you, and the woman then stands up and leans over and shakes Cadmus's hand. And, well, I'll see to it that our supplies are brought on board, and we'll join you for this journey then, Captain. And he nods to the two of them, and they both go to and turn to leave.
I don't think that I need to make a check for Nomad to realize that these are people Cadmus has hired for the journey.
That can be assumed.
You know what they say about assuming things.
they should send them more passengers, right? Less hired, more passengers. They said bring our stuff on board, right?
I'm sorry, give me just one moment before I can answer that. I am currently typing.
Ah, he's received the blimp invoice.
Mm.
Are you pleased with the number? I didn't know if 473 was enough, so I added another 7.
It's not. I've doubled the number.
Oh! Well, you might want to make it an even 1,000 then. I can call Goodyear if you want.
No. Because then after that point, after 1,000, you have to go into bundles and bulk pay. After 1,000, you have to do bulk pay, which is technically less expensive, but for just the base 1,000, it doesn't save you any money.
No. I have an employee discount. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Okay, yeah. All right, Albert, what was that question? I apologize.
It was just so.
The two of them seem to leave and shut the door behind them. And Cadmus just looks over the four of you and, yes, how can I help you?
Poke Nomad.
Yes?
You brought us here. He said, "How can you help us? What's next?"
Tyrell would pipe up real quick and ask Cadmus something.
Okay. What do you ask Cadmus? And do you state this
You said
loudly?
no. I
Okay.
did it quietly. I'm walking up to him for this. Not even the rest of the party is gonna hear it real quick.
Alright.
Uh, Tyrell's gonna walk up to him and ask him, "What were those people doing here?"
And Cadmus just looks a bit confused and, well, that would be our new bosun and cook.
Uh, uh, there's an issue with that.
Is there?
You
Perhaps
wanna,
we will
you wanna leave it?
discuss that later. It seems we have something of pressing matter to address, Nomad.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
He is currently tabling Tyrrell's conversation, and in light of it seems you have something of, urgency to bring up.
No, Nomad would say concerning our and he would kind of like stop for a moment to think.
If Nomad says,
Realizations from last night. I thought it may be best to share what we've inferred with the rest of the group.
Well, that is your choice, is it not? The room is free to use as you need. I need to do some checks really quickly. You are welcome to the room.
Nomad would nod.
And Cadmus stands up, grabs his cane, and slowly makes his way out the room.
Once the door closes, Nomad would say, as I've mentioned, I spoke with Cadmus last night, and although I'm not exactly sure how much I can share, I believe it's all right to tell you what I learned concerning our mission.
Okay, get on with it.
These objects, I believe I may have gleaned at least a part of their purpose. And he would look around one last time and sort of just as an offhanded thing, he's just gonna open up that sense real quick.
Can't really sense anything aside from the orbs.
And since Albert being frustrated about all the pauses,
I don't know if Nomad can sense that.
you can see it on his face, so you can definitely sense it.
I'd have to make an insight check.
Nomad
You do
No,
doesn't.
not. It
it's
is
very
obvious
present.
on my face.
Nomad would come back to himself and say, I believe that the orbs. Well, I don't know if they are tools per se, but they are related to an action that was taken. And I believe that they still are. It seems that something is hiding a great deal of the world itself. And perhaps even the memories associated with that part of the world. And
Which part? Wait, what?
Nomad is going to kind of think for a second and say, do you recall our discussion with Mordecai?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Do you remember that when we asked her about the parts of the world she remembered, she mentioned a great deal more than we are familiar with?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a suspicion that these orbs may have been used as a way to enact some effect that completely removes the perception of those parts of the world from, well, everyone.
And when you say those parts of the world, you mean the ones that Mordecai was talking about?
Nomad would nod and say, I think it is possible that the world is much larger than we know, or at the very least, it is much larger than we are capable of knowing at this point in time. And that the orbs could, when brought together, be used to undo this effect. And I believe it is possible, but that is exactly what the Slicks are looking for. That there is something hidden in that part of the world, or in one of those parts of the world that they need.
And how did you come to this conclusion?
Nomad is going to look at Tyrell and then back at Elbrig and say, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to inform you of that.
Why are you not at liberty? I hate when you do that. Why? What's keeping you from informing us about apparently a very important information?
Nomad would just pause for another moment and say,
For that pause, uh, this would also be the time where Nomad remembered the words of, "This office is secured from any beings trying to peer in from outside." So this would be the one and only place that Nomad might be able to reveal that information.
Nomad is going to say, there are many laws that bind this world, and the method by which I obtained this information is not in direct violation of those laws, but it is borderline.
What law?
Nomad kind of just looks at Elbrig for a second, like, you. Again, Nomad doesn't have a face, but you've gotten used to him enough by now that you kind of can read him pretty easily. He's kind of regarding you with this, the fuck do you mean, what law? You're a cleric.
I mean, you look at me. I'm like, why are you looking at me that way? There are a lot of different laws. What law?
Nomad would like
You literally just told me you can't. I don't know
Nomad would just
how.
say, you are aware of Loke, yes?
Yes.
And that he is the Einkorr who placed many laws restricting the power and abilities of both the Einkorr and the residents of this world, yes?
Okay.
One of those laws prevents Einkorr from revealing certain information.
You're not mindful, so that doesn't apply to you.
But the information that I'm telling you right now was, well, not
Given to you by an iron car?
in a sense of speaking, yes. I hesitate to use the word extort.
You extorted an iron car?
I hesitate to use that word.
Meaning you think you kind of did.
Nomad would like just stop and say, regardless, this information means that these orbs should be prevented from being used at all costs. As to do so could very well endanger, well, I don't know how much more danger this world can be in.
just want to point out, I've already said that before about the orbs not being used. Hell, I even questioned finding the other orbs since we'd be bringing them all together at one point. And then second, but if they're if they're hiding the rest of the world, that means there are probably other people out there who could help us, or maybe because you said the slicks might be after something in the other part of the world. But if they already know that, then it doesn't really matter if it gets uncovered.
Nomad would kind of just look at Elbrick and say, the power of the Einkorps is the power to influence the fabric of reality. Even the slicks can't penetrate an effect of this magnitude, I believe. Otherwise, they would have no need for the orbs.
So let me get this straight. We want to go grab this last third orb, so that all three are in one location, so that we don't use them.
Nomad kind of looks at Elbrick and says, that is what I said, yes.
And you guys are not okay with just letting that one last orb just be where it is, while we keep two of them safe, and don't worry about it until that last orb is found.
Tyrrell kind of
If
just
it's found.
up at that. Tyrrell would kind of just interject at that, saying that's assuming we can keep two safe.
And if we can't keep two safe, we can't keep three safe. I'm just saying, if this orb, which we don't know exactly where it is, and isn't found right now, why do we need to go uncover it and bring all three together?
Because one, we had that mysterious entity in the swamp eavesdrop our conversation, so technically someone does know where the third one is.
Mysterious
And
entity.
while we
What?
are collecting them, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to protect them.
But
There are
we
more
had
than
this
enough.
conversation. You said.
Nomad would pause and say, there is also the matter of, and he would glance at Elbrick specifically, your ability.
What ability?
Nomad is going to choose his words very carefully here. Based on what I've learned, well, you, Elbrig, are perhaps more special than any of us truly know. The visions you've been having, specifically the visions of Kairu, that's something that no one else can do.
You sure about that?
I am 100% certain about it.
So you tested other halflings.
I don't need to when I have the word of an Einkorps.
At least that answers that about where you got the information. See, that wasn't that hard to just tell us.
That part was given.
So going back to the whole collection of the orbs, looking back at Tyrrell. So we're gonna grab the orb and push it off on somebody else then?
That's probably the better bet.
And the
Nomad
other
would immediately start shaking his head no and say, I don't believe that's in the cards for us, so to speak.
why not? Wait, hold up. Why not?
Nomad would again turn to Elbrick and say, as you know, Kairu, among all the Einkur, was exceptionally gifted in divination.
Mm-hmm.
And in these visions you've been having, one phrase continues to be repeated. Something tells me that he knew something. Perhaps that at some point, somebody with the ability to see these things would gather the orbs. Which means that with all three, some piece of information may become clear to us that, well, this is speculation, but regardless, we did swear to complete this mission, and if there's a chance that finding the orbs can help us stop, well, the destruction of the world, so to speak.
Wait, why is the world being destroyed?
Nomad kind of just looks at Elbrick and says, I did mention that there are only 10 Einkorps left living, yes?
Wait, no one told me that there are 10 icons. What? When the fuck did this happen?
Elbrick was privy to this.
No, he was not.
He was not?
I have not been anywhere near you guys anytime you guys talk about the icon dying.
So the actual context of that was shared between Nomad and Tyrrell, and was a very brief moment of Nomad mentioning that the issue that had been cropping up that Tyrrell had also brought up, that it has gotten worse and there's only 10 left. Elbrick was not included in that. You guys were talking very short.
I guess Nomad had just assumed that Elbrick had overheard that and understood.
Elbrick was on the other side of the room.
Nomad would say, I thought you had overheard that. Yes, the Black King has killed 4 of the Einkorps in total, including Kairu.
Albert pinches the bridge of his nose. Okay. See, that changes a whole lot. And, like, going forward, we need to have, like, I don't know, daily, weekly team meetings where you motherfuckers, and he looks directly at Terrell, and Nomad, tell me shit.
And Misted
Because you've
currently
been
has
shady from the get go.
Misted currently is just kind of like taking little bites of food and just kind of, I'd be down for powwows.
Sure, we can go to powwow, but like, just to bring this up because this entire thing has been grating on me, and I've been thrust into a world of trouble when all I wanted to do was kind of explore some stuff. You two have a lot of stuff I don't know from the beginning when this first party was formed. I joined you guys because you had an interesting book I wanted to read. And then all this shit happens, and you guys seem to be thinking that you keep telling me things, but you're not telling me things. And just because I'm in the same room, I mean, Nomad, you read books too. I read books, you get lost in them, you kind of block out the rest of the world. So please, 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 actually make sure you share information.
Nomad looks incredibly sheepish and would sort of just like lower his head and say, I apologize, Elbrick. I suppose it was thoughtless of me.
And just one
From
moment.
now on...
Andrew, I've heard you trying to like interject. You are sounding very far away. I don't know if that's not coming through for everyone else, or if I'm the
Oh
one
no,
that's not
his mic is fucking up right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you at all.
No, it's fine. I heard him like begin to interject a few times, but he sounded like really distant. I don't know if either of you two heard him.
The other 47 blimps arrived.
I defeated them.
That's what
Holy
it
shit.
was. You were out in the backyard fighting off the blimps.
Yes.
Alright, no, I'm gonna have to put in another order. Hold on.
Oh no, I stole one of them. I'm coming. I got the return to sender address, boy.
Hey, Mr. Goodyear? Can you do me a favor?
Call it
No,
off.
no,
Call it off.
not Cancun. No, that's not for another month. You remember that thing we discussed? No. The other thing, the Heisenberg. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Are you sure? 50,000 is a lot. Are you sure you have them already? Awesome, got it. Yeah, just the general vicinity.
Just
No,
the
I'll take it up with the president later.
general vicinity.
All right.
Just
Thanks.
gonna carpet bomb Andrew's entire area with blimps.
Love you, baby. Later.
I want to see the proof that he's got $50,000 to shell out.
Or 50,000 blimps.
Either one. I need proof of both. One or the other.
You really think I could buy 50,000 blimps with $50,000? That they're a buck a piece?
Hell yeah. Anyways.
Motherfucker, do you have any idea how many dicks I have to suck for that number of blimps?
One, Mr. Goodyear?
Technically just one, depending on the
just
person.
one.
You'd be
Alright.
surprised.
But anyways, continuing on, I apologize.
No,
I
you're good. I didn't realize it might be being weird.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway,
Nomad, continuing on, in this moment of regret, would say, I apologize. From now on, I will be sure to share what I learn with you as soon as I can.
and then Tyrrell would kind of interject and just look at Elbrig and say that I'm still not exactly prone to sharing information, and if that's the case, I'm gonna ask you right here and now. Then, have you been 100% upfront with all of your information?
Everything relevant to this entire situation we're dealing with? Yes.
Absolutely everything, with no disregard of it.
If it is relevant to this situation, what we're talking about, the whole orbs and all that, yes. Yes, I have. Personal things? Like, how I wear my underwear? No.
Now that's gonna be a burning question.
Yep.
Nomad just stops and says, There's more than one.
It's an example. It's an example. Goddamn, it's a fucking example. Not the time.
Mister just kind of sheepishly raises her hand.
Yes,
In
Mister.
a classroom, you just.
What if you don't wear any?
Then it's another form of wearing them.
Never mind.
Nomad is just going to wave his hand and say,
Anyways.
underwear aside.
Just
No,
okay. So
be on straight.
okay. So whatever. Point is. So it doesn't have to be immediate. It's not like something. As soon as you learn something, you have to run over to me and say it. I'm just saying if it's relevant to this apparently world-ending problem that we have. Is it any way relevant? Please tell me at an appropriate time. Okay, don't burst in on me while I'm in the bathroom. Don't stop in the middle of combat to do it. But if we're having a down moment and you've learned something during the day, tell somebody. Terrell, it's obvious you have trouble sharing information. That's why I'm having this. I'm saying this at all. It's both you and Nomad who have done this. Nomad, it seems, kind of, just unconsciously. You, as far as I can tell, do it on purpose. And I'm not saying you're doing it to be malicious or anything. You just withhold information. But that's not great when we're dealing with shit like this.
Yes, but I only withhold what doesn't necessarily apply. For example, Mordecai doesn't necessarily apply to this situation.
She's a major part of this situation. We're talking about world-ending things that deal with the Iron and one of the Iron creations thought to be extinct came out of your fucking arm.
Technically, it came out of somewhere different, not my arm, but okay.
I will slap you. I will hop up there and slap you.
Well, then, if you want to know something and to extend a bridge that I will at least sometimes share knowledge, not saying I'm going to share all of it or important all the time, you can get them to agree. I'm a little bit different with that. Anyway, if you'd like some more knowledge on that, so do you want to know about the being that's stronger than all the Einker, or do we just want to table that?
I want to hit you in the fucking face. Yes, we
Hey,
want to know.
I just learned about it myself.
Nomad would kind of look at Tyrell and say, "Are you referring to Imtrix, the Black King?"
No, I mean, yeah, he's stronger technically, but from my understanding of this, this is something both older and stronger than the Einker.
Nomad is going to look very confused. Well, as confused as a faceless automaton can. It's the it's
Mark
the
above
it is
your head.
once more the blank staring of, please elaborate.
All right. Tyrell will just kind of sit back for a minute and just lean up against Cadmus's desk and say, I don't know all the details because no one does, but along with learning some of my own history, it seems that a primordial being is interested in freedom. And from Mordecai's telling, it is, from what they can assume, both possibly older, but seems to be more powerful than the Einker. And the only known name that I can give is what they dubbed it, and it was the Observer. Does that work for information?
Order beings, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Nomad would kind of just say, does this relate to our mission?
Depends, considering it was in the same place that all of them were. So I've technically been in the presence of this being before, but I don't fucking know, to be honest. It seems to want to be out and maybe actively trying to escape now that the others are. Oh yeah. Daryl just kind of thinks for a second and just realizes he forgot something. He just says, "So you know how Mordecai is one of the children of the 14th crown, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Nomad would nod and say, I believe you mentioned that, yes.
Yeah. So all of the others that went over there with her got killed.
That is bad.
Where's over there?
Uh, I don't necessarily know because they don't, but that's what I mean when I say they didn't come out of my arm.
Mordecai had actually referred to it as the Onyx Depths.
Oh, right.
Okay.
I was making
I'm
sure.
looking through my notes right now because I was like, I feel like I wrote it down, and I did. You just
Yeah.
got there before I
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
did. Okay, yeah.
Ah,
Tyrell will
yes.
tell me it's the Onyx Depths. That is what they called it, at least.
And this would
Oh,
also be a good moment for Teal to remember the map that your favorite little dwarf sketched up during his journey.
Yep, I would pull that out and kind of open it and show it to them all and be like, this is that.
Oh, right.
this is a map of the Onyx Steps?
Not a map, but a portrait of sorts that I believe he drew in sort of a trance after the first time that we met him.
This was apparently drawn during his time there. He has no recollection of ever doing it,
Ah,
but that it does in
Okay, so
fact portray multiple like little marks that look like little circles and dots connected by lines that span the bottom of this rendition, and that they look to just kind of link and connect from one point to another. that one point seems to like lead off the page or somewhere else, and that the last point leads there. At the top, there is nothing but black with what looks to be like tendrils and perhaps the idea of an eye peering over. Which this
So
And at
that's
is,
this,
probably the whole Watcher thing, right?
yeah, the observer.
it's either the area
Looking
he's
at
hiding.
this picture for, I believe, the first time for Nomad,
Yeah.
black tendrils is a little,
On the nose.
should I make a check?
What are you
Actually,
trying to
Tyrrell
do?
was going to bring up something else
Wouldn't
too.
I'm not sure it would be enough to make a connection, but it would be enough, I believe, for Nomad to want to think about it for a second.
All right. Well, while you think on the question you would like to ask for the perhaps roll, Tyrrell.
Uh, Tyrrell was going to bring up the one last thing that he learned, and that something that Nomad might be familiar with also seems to visit there. And Tyrrell would kind of look at Nomad and ask him if he remembers the journal that Katniss had given him.
Nomad would look up and nod.
And
It's sitting right
Tyrrell
over
would
there on
ask
the
him,
shelf.
yeah. Tyrrell would ask him, were you able to read it fully? Or did you just grasp bits and pieces of it?
Nomad would shake his head and say, "Thanks to, I suppose it was a gift from the 14th Crown, I was able to read it fully."
Okay. So you would know about the mentionings of a journey they took, where they
To
had something
other
called
places, yes.
By the way,
specific.
for the sake of context, Elbrig is aware of a decent majority of this, as he did in fact ask during your journey for you guys as you were reading it to translate it out for him and to speak it aloud. So Elbrig is aware of a good majority of this.
Okay, that works out then. Tyrrell would just kind of blankly state then, are you aware, do you remember the story on them meeting something and ending up calling it the Void Caller?
Oh, this for Elbrig or for Nomad?
I pointed it to both of you, it's just kind of an open question.
A boy collar doesn't exactly ring a bell for me.
So during Nomad's reading of it, that name did not actually surface. It was lost in translation. During Tyrrell's reading, the name was more easily translated as the Void Caller, which, depending on who was reading it to Elbrig, would have come up one way or the other. But the entity in particular, that the rough translation of it, is the one from the depths.
Hmm. Anyway, Tyrrell would kind of gather that they don't know it.
Yeah,
It's
Nomad looks real, real confused.
Alright. Tyrrell would just kind of tell him that during my read of the book, there was a journey they took, and they encountered an entity that didn't really have a name, but was strong, at least enough. And he didn't really do anything. He wasn't hostile, but he liked to offer deals, it seemed. So they ended up calling him the Void Caller. I'm just giving a quick summary.
yeah,
And that was pretty much the only mention of him. Come to talk to Mordecai, the Void Caller could appear in the Onyx Depths. And Tyrrell would look straight at Nomad for this part and tell him that the only way they ever knew if the Void Caller was near was the fact that he had a purplish colored energy coursing through him from time to time.
Nomad would say, "Oh, oh dear."
And while it's not confirmed, we believe that the Void Caller might work, in a sense, for the Observer, offering deals of freedom and power, essentially, or whatever else he offers. But he tried to tempt pretty much all 8 to 9 of them. And right now, I don't know if it is necessarily the Observer or something else, but at this, Tyrell would kind of take the bag off his hip and open it and pull out the stone
Okay.
and just try to concentrate on it for a minute.
What are you looking for?
Does the
Do I?
room get colder?
It does not.
Ah,
And Tyrell doesn't go into a trance; he can hold it.
Hmm. But as far as concentrating, what are you looking for?
Any sort of voices like I heard last time, or something to connect to?
There doesn't seem to be too much you can connect to. There's just the whispers of freedom and silence.
All right. Tyrell would repeat the whispers in the actual language that it's coming through,
No one in this
just to
room
see if
understands it.
okay. It just kind of gives a look and sees if anyone, and just assumes that they don't. And it will explain that the voice, why it concerns, the concerning part here is that the voice speaks in primordial. And he's talking of freedom, so I don't know what that means.
Hey, this is during one of your sessions with the orbs? You heard this?
No, I'm holding that stone in my hand. I heard it. The freedom I heard from this. All of this other information, while I'm not telling everything here, obviously, the parts that are important, I had a private conversation with Mordecai.
Nomad's gonna need to make a check this time. This time, after the revelations here, is going to say, well, based on what you've said, seems that this observer and its servant are in some way connected to the Slicks.
That Tyrell would mention at that there were other things in the Onyx depth, but Mordecai and the others couldn't really pinpoint what they were or if they were even there, as it's pretty much an emptyless void. It's hard to kind of know, but they think it could be connected.
All right. What question exactly are you wanting to ask, Nomad?
Well, it was going to be, would Nomad reasonably draw a connection between this drawing and the Slicks? But,
Give an insight check. Does not speak anything to you. Like you still think like that there might be something there, but you can't quite fully put your finger on it.
well, yeah, I rolled a fucking 1.
Yeah. There. That's all you got.
Anyways, after pondering all this, Nomad would say, well, this continues to be a concerning situation, but as I've mentioned, I think our best bet is to at least try to find the third orb, and if, as I suspect, the vision that Elbert receives from it, together with the other two, reveals something that we could possibly use to help combat this situation, then it will be worth it.
And combating this means
Can you say that again?
and combating this situation is combating both the Slicks and the Black King, right?
Nomad would nod.
Tyrell would kind of pipe up and just say it is very possible that all of these situations are connected to each other. As when I first got my vision of the Black King, he also had a purplish lightning. Not
No man.
Ulbrich would
Yeah.
probably recall that in the vision where he saw Kairu die, before seeing the red eyes of his assailant, he was surrounded by purple lightning.
Would he though?
Doesn't Nomad have weird purple lightning? His mage hand is
Yeah.
a
No,
kind of
Nomad
weird
would
off purple color.
look at Elbrig and say, "I'm afraid so," and the fact that the time of my awakening and the time of the onset of these events correlate rather closely is unsettling, to say the least.
Beyond concerning.
Tyrell then would also pipe up with one other issue now.
Another what?
Not as devastating, just relax. And he'd kind of get everyone to come a little bit closer and keep his voice quiet for this part at least. And tell everyone that the two that were previously in this office, right when we came in, one of them has the mark of the branded ram.
Which one? Minotaur or the High Seven lady?
The lady.
And so that's why you had a problem with us having the cooking. Cooking
Elbrig
was
wouldn't have heard that I had a problem with them.
Yeah, he specifically was very close to, was basically leaning over Cadmus's table and was whispering it to him.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes
Yep, yep.
sense.
Nomad would say, "That's concerning, but I doubt they'll be able to cause any trouble on Cadmus's ship."
I
And
don't.
just
What the
looks
fuck?
pointedly at Tyrell.
Why would you doubt that?
Cadmus is very powerful.
But is the omnipresent? I mean, if they, I've just pointing out here for the people in this room, just people in this room. We all have various things we're good at, and between myself and Missit over here, have some pretty good magical power. I
Nomad
mean,
would kind of look at Elbrig and then glance at the bookshelf where, and following his gaze, Elbrig could pretty easily pick out the journal that we read earlier in this journey and would say, Cadmus was one of, is it the Nine Shades?
The nine shades.
Yes.
I want to go home. I don't know why the fuck I ever left home.
You wanted knowledge, you're getting it.
Nomad would sort of just kind of think about it for a second and say, I'm not sure if there's such a thing as fate, but I believe you're here for a purpose, Elbrig, and at the very least, I'm glad you are.
Oh, I'm damn sure fate exists now. Me, the unimportant person I am, just some random halfling who has their own problems because I'm not exactly like other halflings. Other halflings are a lot more cheerier than I am.
Nomad kind of.
decides to leave home, and I run into you fuckers who apparently knows one of the nine shades, has access to fucking people from the Onyx Steps and everything. Yeah, no, fate's gonna really fuck a small halfling guy in the ass right now.
Nomad is going to kind of just like stop, just like hold up a hand and say, Albrecht, you have a power that no one in this world does aside from you. You are
Doesn't
also
mean what.
accompanied, remarkably, by a creature from another world. And he would just glance at Samson. I don't believe you are as run of the mill as you seem to think.
Okay, so I actually do have a question. Where the fuck is Nomad getting all of these like metaphors and similes and like just like proverbs? Like what the
He's picked them up.
what kind of books are you reading? Just an entire book of metaphors.
He's read a lot of fucking books, dude.
Trust me, in the beginning, he was using them completely wrong.
It's wonderful
Oh yeah.
too.
Yeah, no. Just we didn't roleplay this, but I assure you that there was a decent period of weeks during the journey where he would like try to use a metaphor, and Tyrell would just like look at him and is like, "That's not how you use that," and would have to
Someone
correct
was like,
him, and then Nomad would be
someone was
like,
talking. Sorry,
"Go on."
I said no. Someone was talking about like their goldfish dying, and uh, Nomad would have said something about keeping all their eggs in one basket, and Tyrell would have just given them this look like, no,
Yeah,
that's it's not how this works.
Tyrell would have had to be Nomad's metaphor teacher for a good part of this journey, but by now he's picked up a number of them.
All right. So you guys got
Yeah.
anything else?
I mean, he got pizza coming in an hour.
Oh, Tyrell wants to try something.
What does Tyrell want to try?
Hold on just a second. I just got to double check real quick.
That is the number you think it is.
Is it?
Yes.
All right. Tyrell looks at Elbrig and Misted.
Flip a coin.
Who would like to be a test dummy real quick?
Flip a coin.
Nope. I back away.
Coin has been flipped.
Mm-mm.
It looks to be misted.
Damn right,
All
ain't
right.
gonna be me.
Tyrell walks towards her. And what is it? Does a 17 actually beat her armor class?
A 17 just barely beats her AC.
All right.
Which, it wouldn't be an
I
unarmed
would.
strike at this point. It would
Is
just
there
be
a willing
touch.
to accept it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then I would just take my bandage off. Kind of, flex my fingers a little bit, and you guys would actually notice now that my arm is not. It's not just like the lower portion of my arm. It is my entire arm up to the shoulder. That is just completely fuckered up.
It is
Not,
seemingly frostbitten black.
and Nomad just sees me take this off, kind of flex my hand a bit, and start walking toward her, getting ready to touch her.
I don't think Nomad knows what's going on
Nomad
here.
can do something, and it usually happens when I touch people, but it's only happened like twice.
Yep.
It has
Why
only
is it
happened
with
twice. It has been in combat both times, and Nomad was preoccupied with other things. So Nomad would
but
not
like
know what's going on, but would
You
say,
did both question it the first time because you were wondering why the one guy was really, really fixed on that lamp
Yeah, it
in the
was
middle of the street.
when he touched a human commoner that
"Oh."
had been invaded by a slick.
Nomad would. Okay, in that case, Nomad would see Tyrell do this and say, Tyrell, don't do anything you'll regret.
Wait, what does that mean? And why is your arm like that?
Tyrrell just gives a laugh at that and just gives it an attempt.
Alright.
Mr. Dodge! And like I'm like that's Elbrick. I'm like that's not accurate. That's Elbrick going, Mr. Dodge.
I
And
think we just
Wait,
missed a
wait, wait.
sound there.
As
as
this
you
happens, Tyrrell uses his bonus action and Misted steps to Elbrick and touches him.
no.
Oh,
As you guys see, Tyrrell just kind of like gently like just touches Misted's hand. Misted drops dead. I'm just kidding. Nothing happens. She's completely fine. Nothing affects her. She doesn't act any different. Tyrrell's just touching her and it's kind of clammy and uncomfortable. She's just kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I duck behind Samson.
Nothing happens.
alright. Tyrrell just kind of retracts his arm and kind of looks over it a little bit.
It's crunchy.
Crunchy.
It's crunchy.
It's me.
Different, but okay. Then he just looks at Nomad and says, see, nothing I'd regret.
There is one thing particularly odd about your arm when this effect is taken hold. It has a blue sheen to your arm.
I mean, that's not uncommon for Tyrrell.
A
Not
different
blue
blue.
like the skin of it, like the color of his skin. Blue reminiscent of the sheen on Mordecai's feathers.
So we're just gonna go with your arms connected to the fucking steps or Mordecai or something like that.
Nomad would kind of look at Elbrig and then at Tyrrell and then think for a second. And thinking back to the various things he's learned about this world and things that people have said, and uh-oh.
Andrew died. It's okay.
Ah, I see my order came in.
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, I thought that you already got my present.
No, I defeated all of them again. I've also claimed 1,000 of them. Retribution will be coming. One of them is also named Retribution now.
At least 7 of them were named that beforehand.
All just spelled differently and everyone was incorrect.
Yeah.
And then the other 7 are in different languages.
But anyway, Nomad would kind of say, I don't believe it's his arm, Elbrig. The stone is what linked our world with the Onyx Depths, at least to my understanding.
Girl would actually kind of look at you and be like, partially. It's not. Jiro would kind of tell them that this stone, why it's fixed now, is still functional. If I wanted to go there and not come back. But it doesn't so much link the world, it only just linked me. And that the stuff on my arm is technically affecting my arm there. It's hard to explain and something I don't fully understand. But to put it simply, just like Elbrick has something that only someone can do, only he can do, I have something only I can do.
And you see Misted just sitting by there and she just kind of like has this light bulb moment and goes, I can do something none of y'all can.
Oh god. Yes.
And she just kind of like holds up the bag with all the like the tools and kits in it and just smiles.
Yes, Misted. You are correct.
I'm gonna go refill my flask.
You're gonna need
Nomad just kind of looks at Misted and said, I thought you were going to say that you were the only one here that had fur.
She just kind of looks down, looks at Samson, looks at Nomad. Well, that's rude.
He's hairless now.
Samson
Confirmed.
is not hairless.
I will murder you all.
Just be careful for the next fireball spell that goes off. Oh no, wait, he's immune to magic.
Suck it.
Just be careful around people with scissors.
Resistant to slashing damage, but you know, it's okay.
Get him a poodle cut.
Nah. But on that note, I say we are going to take, I'll say a 10-minute break. 5, 10, whichever one you guys prefer.
10 minutes, please.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. I will see you guys back at 7:12. So 12 your guys is whatever. I can't remember
4:12
everyone's
for
time
me.
zone. Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yep.
and some of them are being rerouted for reasons.
All right.
Fantastic.
So,
Oh, just to let you know, the second half has a special surprise in them.
Good.
You guys are all departing out of Cadmus's office then?
Mhm.
Albrig is going to reacquire alcoholic beverage.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrrell is, well, doing Tyrrell things.
Yes.
What do you all want to do?
I'm going to the inn.
All right, heading to the tavern.
What's outside? Nomad is going to open that sense briefly just to make sure there are still 10 alive.
Seems to be.
Is going to as a secondary thought, just make sure that the sense is still pointing him towards Dra'var.
Seems to be.
And is going to... What did I do?
I will say, to anyone heading to the top deck, which would, I immediately assume, would include Elbrig,
Mm-hmm.
what you would immediately notice is that Cadmus is currently walking the top deck, is walking the ship with those two individuals, the Minotaur and the half-elf.
I'm going to veer over to them.
You're gonna veer what?
Veer over to them.
Okay. They seem to be at the quarter deck currently, which is actually once you exit out, there's a set of stairs immediately to your right that leads to above deck, or that is above deck, but is the where the helm is at. That seems to be where they are currently standing.
Yeah, just gonna walk over to see if they're in the midst of talking or something. See what's up.
Are you wanting to try and do this stealthily or just walking up?
Yeah, I'm just walking up and stuff.
Yeah, it just seems that Cadmus is just introducing them to the ship, walking them about, making sure that they know where everything is at. The Minotaur seems very much uninterested, as it seems that his area is not up here. It is far below deck in the hold, as that is where he will be cooking. And that the half-elf is the one that is being very attentive.
Mm-hmm. And hmm.
And this would also include Tyrrell, Nomad, and Misted possibly making their way up behind Elberg.
Yeah, if he's just giving them a tour, I'm gonna then veer off and go to the fucking tavern.
Okay. Yeah, doesn't seem to be anything of like suspicious or importance aside from just giving them a tour of the ship and informing the half elf of what her duties will be. Yeah. Nomad, Tyrrell, anything else?
So, I think Nomad has done what he intended to do today.
Okay. Tyrrell? You are still muted. Oof. He did.
Right as Elbrick is leaving,
The
he
second
turn around.
wave of blimps has finally arrived, and the special prize inside has been revealed. It's mayonnaise.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yes. 25,000 blimps filled with mayonnaise, Ricky. You guys both live on the West Coast, right?
Yep. Oh, I am.
Watch out for flash flood warnings.
I am East Coast.
Sorry, I meant East Coast.
Yes. Andrew and I are
I'm
both
on the
East
West
Coast.
Coast.
Alright. He says Tyrell will be going to the tavern for a bit and will return later to talk to Cadmus as they have left. And he says he will be right back, probably about 20 minutes or so. And as the wife is still not home, yeah, if you have nothing else.
I would. I got this the last time we had this conversation. Elbrick would be like halfway down the fucking ramp, and then just be like, ah, shit, and then turn around because everybody's up deck, and trot back up to Turtle and Nomad and Misted, and go. Actually, I forgot we were having this. Every time there's just this giant unload of scary shit that I forget basic stuff. Um, I think I was talking with Misted when we went to go pick up all the tool kits she now has. Um, he sits there and he like kind of. Have we ever gone across about party funds? Because I know that we've gotten a bunch of items and things from our little adventures together. How much, like, ballpark it if you don't want to tell me specifically, but how much gold does everyone have on them? Because I've got where's my door? I've got like 150 on me. What do you guys have? Just yeah.
Nomad would kind of glance down to his money pouch, which is just on his waist. It looks, hefty. It is not as hefty as yours. And he would say, I haven't been keeping careful track. I don't often spend money.
Again, no surprise, but like seriously, how much do you have on you?
Nomad would, like, kind of say, I'll count it and tell you later.
Like I need this before because we have a day before we leave, so I kind of and it's morning right now. I kind of need to know if I can bum
Are we
like
just on the top deck?
Yeah.
yes.
Nomad would just, like, say, well, I will go to the tavern and count. If you need me, and the number, I will be there.
Mr. Tyrrell, how much do you guys have on you?
Tyrell's already gone towards the tavern.
Shit. Yeah, he's got. How about Miss? I know she just spent a bunch. I think.
Yeah, Misted's going to appear to do some mental math. And then give her coin purse a little shakety shake. I think I have 80 to 90 gold after all the purchases from yesterday.
66.
Is that how much it is? Thank you.
Because we stocked up and everything and bought those toolkits,
Should we
and we're gonna go.
give a quick recap?
We will do that later.
Okay.
All right. So I look at Miss Sid
Also,
and go. So in preparation for all the shit that's gonna happen in the future, since we're going to a dangerous place, can I bum like 50 gold off of you?
you're asking Misted.
Yes.
I suppose so. What do you need it for, Albert?
I pull out the orcish skull. I plan to increase our number.
How?
Magic.
I tell you what. As long as nobody has to die, you can.
Nope, that's why I have this go. Yeah, no one has to die. Wouldn't do it if someone did.
Okay, cool.
Out of character. To be fair, somebody did have to die.
Well,
And it
yeah,
has
but we
already happened.
yeah, but we didn't kill anybody.
He could have died of natural causes. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they died in Old Orc.
Yep, they still
No,
died.
okay, no. Natural causes for an orc would be to die in battle, at least normally.
True.
No orc wants to actually die of old age.
Or, perhaps in a tomb after triggering a trap.
Oh no.
And yeah, I'll talk to that. Anyways, yes. So please give. I have to go to take care of this because we're shipping out in 1 day.
Okay. I missed it. We'll do a little jingle and hand Elbrick 50 gold.
Okay. And then Elbrick rushes off on top of Assassin. Nova!
So, do you
Nomad
remember where
is-
to go to get that done?
Nora? Was it Nora? I'm throwing her name.
Yeah, that would be in Nora.
Oh my god, yes,
Nomad is currently at the tavern, or well on his way towards it.
Yeah, you probably hear in the distance the faint Nova! As I do yell it as I kick Samson into high gear to go fight you.
Nomad would turn as you begin to ride up behind him, probably like at least halfway to the tavern.
Fine. Well, no, yeah, we come up next to you. Alright. I look at the stacks of coins that I have. Okay, so I need depending on how much Carol has, I need bum $50 gold off of guys. I almost said $50. Bum 50
So,
gold.
quick question. Does Elbrick know where Nora is?
Shit, no. But I apparently know where someone is.
Do you need a buddy?
Go ahead and roll a straight intelligence check for me.
Yeah, crap. The one time I don't know what I got until got a 5.
Oh, you need a buddy.
Oh wait, no, I have inspiration. At least is this smart? Yes, I do have inspiration. I'm gonna use inspiration.
Get it?
Not me.
Oh no.
I will go ahead and let you know it wasn't a very hard DC. Nora is in Jordo, which is the other continent.
I'm gonna see if I can get this done here. Otherwise, anyways, but yeah, it's still Nomad. Yeah, I like 50 gold, please. Pretty things.
50 gold, please.
Fair to go play?
Nomad would reach over to his pouch and open it up and count out 50 gold and say, "I have that much," and would hand it to you. And say, "Do you still need to know how much I have left?"
No. Now I just need to see Tyrrell. See if Tyrrell's got 50 gold, and then if he does, my plan may be enacted. I might, and if it doesn't work, I'm gonna give you 50 gold back.
Would that by now?
Come on to the tavern where Tyrrell is. Come on.
By now, mommy.
Hero is literally 50 feet away from us.
Yeah, well, I know we were halfway there, so we get to the tavern. And when we get to the tavern where Tyrrell is supposed to be, because I'm guessing we're all gonna walk in the tavern eventually. Are any of the renegades actually there?
As you look around, you don't see them anymore.
I snap my fingers in frustration. And so yeah, I'm going to ask Tyrrell for 50 gold pieces. That's the only thing I have to do at this tavern.
Okay. I will let you know when and if he gets back to me.
So I'm just going to like reasonably assume that he has 50
He's
gold
not going to
pieces.
get back to you. He's dead.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he has at least 50 gold pieces. So I was like, so we can backtrack or whatever, but I will go to the blacksmith now. Like I stop off, get gold from Tyrrell, maybe, and go to the blacksmith.
All right, and for that particular spell, that was summon, right?
Summon undead, and it summons an undead spirit. Which, in my opinion, is much better than having a fucking continuous use spell slot on a goddamn zombie.
All right.
Couldn't do it if I was a I couldn't be it. If I was a necromancer, I couldn't have zombies. I'd be like a skeleton specialist.
Just to clarify for Mariah, I sent a decent number of blimps filled with mayonnaise over towards the general vicinity of Andrew's house.
Yes, that'll definitely do it.
I mean, I sent a decent number. Half of them are full of mayonnaise. The
What are the
total
other
number
ones?
was 50,000.
Well, yeah, but like, what are the other ones filled with if they're not filled with mayonnaise?
Well, yeah, but that's still 25,000 blimps full of mayonnaise.
Well, yeah, but what are the other ones full of?
For other
Nothing.
reference aside from just gold, Tyrrell does also possess the 200 gold pieces worth of rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. But I cannot say for certain whether or not he would be willing.
Oh wait, you said he has the gems for the
Yes, he still has the gemstones.
and if he would, is it within his nature to tell the party and split it with the party?
Do you think it is?
I have no fucking clue. And it's Elbrig wouldn't. Because again, yeah, Tyrrell's kind of been very nonchalant. But anyway, Elbrig is kind of focused on the gold right now, so it's not a huge thing anyway.
Yeah, but remember we were also talking about that it was the the gemstones themselves could also be used to towards the gold value.
That's right. That's right. So, oh, does Elbrig know about the gems in the first place?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I do.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but if I do, then yeah, it'll be. No, right now it's still just the gold. It would still just be the gold right now to see if it would work.
Yeah, he says okay. He would loan you 50 gold,
All right, cool. Yeah, I grab that, rush out to the blacksmith.
and he also hands you a gem.
All right, take that too.
All right. Do you know where you are going for this particular endeavor?
Fine. All I've got is the blacksmith, and I thought that was something that we knew in this town because we asked about it before.
You guys never went to the blacksmith.
Yeah, it's like something I was going on so weird. Really? Not in this one? I swear.
Not in this one. No, you guys went to the went to Kistera in Delviixnum.
Ah, shit. I just have to put the tavern keeper and then read the blacksmith is.
And
He should know. He should.
yeah, he directs you to the captain's savior, which is the name of the shop, which is actually run by Dorig Mogmul, who is the male half orc that you guys encountered when you got the horses in the wagon.
Oh, yeah. Found the bug. Yes, I'm gonna go visit that guy.
Yeah, Tyrell. Andrew says that says he's going to say Tyrell would hand him gems and also all the other spell component stuff in the packs that he got. So there's 200 gold worth of rubies, sapphires, and emeralds in one pouch.
And I tuck that nice and deep into our vest. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There's also, as far as spell components go, there's the 10 ink vials, 10 pieces of parchment paper, the Necromancer's component pouch, which has various other things, but a skull is not among them. The bag of sands, the recipe book, and the cipher to go along with it.
Out ink, parchment, and the recipe book with the cipher.
But I'm going to go ahead and say that if you guys don't really have anything too much else to do today, Blacksmith can certainly melt it down, but he asks a lot of questions.
I need to melt this down, dip the skull in it, and make sure that solidifies in a nice and reasonable shape. The reason why I'm doing this is because this is my great great grandfather on my second cousin's removed side, and it means many, many things to me. He promised it was his death wish, and this is what's happening. Okay? Family matters.
Roll a deception check.
20.
All right. He don't want to ask no more questions. Sounds too weird. And over the process of about an hour or so, he manages to produce enough gold and gem inlays to produce this gilded skull.
Yes. Now I have a good skull. Okay. Down to 8 fucking gold, but I did stuff. I don't know. How much does he charge me to do this? Actually, that's important. Charge me to do this.
For this, he just charges like about a gold.
7 gold.
As all you asked him to basically do is just melt down the metal.
Yep. And to be honest, seeing as he's able to do it, I would not actually use any of the gems. It would just literally be a gold plated orc skull.
Okay.
Which honestly, I mean, I kind of want that too. In IRL.
Now you really want a gold-plated orc skull?
If I really have frivolous money to do that shit, I'd totally have a gold plated orc skull. Totally.
All right. And
But anyways.
the remainder of the evening passes without apparent issue. The thick fog covering over. Nomad, would you be going about your rounds?
Yeah.
All right. Roll a perception check.
Oh boy. One at all.
Okay. Now just roll a straight d20 for me.
Two.
2.
2.
Not like 12 or...
No. 2.
Are you fucking kidding?
On a d20, just flat d20, it was a 2. It is in the D&D Beyond, if you'd like.
I was gonna eat that burger, but so as you make your rounds throughout the city, or the fortress of Serpent's Calling, you decide just on a whim begin walking past the docks and just kind of looking out over the water of the ocean stretching before you, and begin to notice things washing up onto shore. These involve shattered crates, boxes, splinters of wood, the tattered and torn remnants of sails, as well as the occasional dead body.
Oh dear. I think Nomad could reasonably deduce that a ship was attacked and destroyed, and this is the remains washing up on shore.
So you remember how we said nobody had to die? As it turns out,
I
And
didn't do it.
as you're kind
Just
of
as a
looking out over the water, like watching all this and trying to like process everything, you see that one of the bodies that is floating towards you suddenly stops and then quickly gets pulled under the water
Bloop.
and does not resurface.
oh, is there a constabulary in the fortress?
There is the Blood Onyx.
Do they have like a building they operate out of?
Yes, it's in the center of town. It's an actual fortified structure.
Does it appear that there is anything attempting to come onto shore?
No, but one by one, you start seeing more of these what look to be drifting dead bodies get pulled onto the water.
Nomad does not think that it's a good idea to attempt to intervene with this directly, so instead he's going to swiftly beat a pace towards the Blood Onyx outpost.
All right. Before you leave, one thing of note with the 22 in your perception check, you notice that these are being pulled down roughly 3 at a time.
Ah. Yeah, Nomad is making his way quickly towards the Blood Onyx outpost to report this.
Okay. And there's members of the Blood Onyx there.
Nomad would walk up and say, good evening. I have something to report.
Just, okay.
I was taking a nighttime stroll, and there appears to be the shattered remains of a ship and its crew washing ashore. And the crew, well, what's left of them appears to be being preyed upon. Though none of them are alive.
You see them kind of look at each other and just nod. Sharks. Sharks. Yeah, sharks. And then they stand up and we'll see to it. Thank you. Have a good night. And
Nomad
walk
would
out.
nod and think, I'm sure they'll handle it fine. And start walking, continuing on, and then, like, after a moment, be like, but maybe I should make sure. And is going to not, like, follow them, but walk back in that direction.
Okay.
When he arrives at the docks, what does he see?
There's not too many bodies left out in the water. And they seem to be coming in from offshore. Which there is a collection of islands Looks to be like reef structures and whatnot. To the southeast, it looks like they are washing in from deeper out in the ocean, or just now making their way through tide to this shore. But that there's not much else to be seen. Like, even the blood onyx are out there, like at the water's edge, and like pulling bodies to shore, and just the ones out in the deeper water seem to just occasionally three at a time.
Well, it's concerning, but doesn't seem like they're in danger, so Nomad would just think, well, that is unfortunate. I think that's enough of a walk for the evening, and would head back to the tavern.
All right. Anything else?
Andrew has returned. How do you like the presents inside those blimps?
I've captured all of the blimps now.
How? Do you have any idea how much mayonnaise was inside those blimps?
Anyways,
how bad your retribution will be.
So do you guys have any other plans for the rest of the day or right into the evening?
1 second.
Tyrell would, I told you what one of my plans was.
Mhm.
And then the other thing is possibly look if there's like a blacksmith shop around, even though it's just a tiny port town. If it is, I would go there.
Yeah, no, this guy's trickier than I thought. Listen. Can you get me on the line with, yeah.
Alright, anyways, you were saying, Andrew? Yeah.
I say I would look for a blacksmith shop if I am waiting too long to talk to Cadmus.
Okay. As far as the blacksmith goes, Elbrig had gone there and acquired himself the golden gilded skull of an orc.
Okay, so what did I give him?
50 gold. And the bags of like the spell components, including the rubies, sapphires, emeralds, the ink and parchment, the components pouch, the bag of sand.
Yeah, I would have given him all the spellcasting stuff, and I would have kept, I think, like a couple gems with me, though.
Okay.
Let's go. I'll get back to you on that. That was my plan. I just was kind of busy at the moment.
Mhm.
I'll get back to you on the logistics, but he has the rest. I'll just let you know.
Okay.
Now I gotta figure out how to subtract 50 gold.
I already did.
God. Oh, did you?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. Thank you. I'm see what that leaves me.
More than enough.
More than enough. Okay, just check.
You're still above. You're still above the 2-0 mark.
I'm still above the what?
The 200 mark.
200 mark.
You still have more than 200 gold.
Yeah.
My thing lies to me then. It says I have 177 in the app.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I forgot you had
So,
227.
Oh, I have 227.
I just heard the doorbell ring.
I'm gonna correct that.
I'm kind of in the middle of stuff. Would you mind getting it? Actually, yeah, I'll look at it. I will be right back. I think pizza is here.
Okay. Yeah, you had 227. I took 50 out, so it's 177 now.
Okay, so 177 was correct.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Okay, I put 177 back.
Okay.
I thought you meant I was at. Okay, I got you now. There was a blumber, and we fixed the blumber.
Yeah. So, anything else for the evening? I mean, you said you went to the blacksmith.
Yeah, I'd go there.
Anything in particular?
Look around, see if he has any weapons.
Not any weapons for like sale. He offers to do repairs, but the blacksmith shop is called the Captain's Savior, and primarily he builds ships.
Okay, so he's more of a. I gotcha. All right. Then pretty much I would have just went and looked around, seeing if maybe he has any more bolts or arrows, if anything in the way of that.
If he not, has ballistas. Well, the ballista bolts.
Tyrrell would think. Does Cadmus' ship has a ballista on it?
Does not.
Hmm?
It does not.
Is, with Tyrrell's knowledge, is Cadmus able of creating a ballista?
Cadmus is not able to create a ballista.
Okay. Then he would just leave him be.
Right? Anything else?
How heavy are ballista bolts?
Nope, I'm good.
Is Albrecht trying to figure out how you'd use a ballista bolt as a regular player?
I'm sure Tyrrell could find a way. That's not the point.
No, I'm terrible because I know how to use ballista bolt as a source
Yeah.
because there's one of a spell called catapult.
Yep.
Oh, no.
I mean, technically, I could use it to set a trap.
Misted is definitely going to want to be hanging out at the tavern for the majority of the day because she's about to be on a boat for a long time. Misted does not want to be on a boat for a long time.
But yes, Mystic got a special touch from Tyrrell. It was great.
Yep. Tyrrell touched her very inappropriately.
Oh no, no probes, Tyrrell, no.
With the crispy hand.
Not the quispy hand.
You may have done some things.
I may have what?
He may have done some things.
Oh no, Nomad, you were supposed to be watching the cat.
He was, from a distance.
Yeah. He watched as Tyrrell used his crispy hand to touch you.
Inappropriate. Awful. Where's Trinla? I need backup.
Alright. But if no one else really has anything else for the evening?
Nope. Yeah, no, I'm all
Alright. That will bring us to 7 o'clock in the morning on the 14th of Seedfall. And you hear the distinct ringing of a bell from the dock, which is calling all aboard to the Shattered Star.
Oh.
It's time to shut off, landlubbers.
Mm-hmm. So, you guys ready to get on a boat?
Mm-hmm.
No. But also yes.
Alright, Elbrick?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, my only question is how much does it cost for me to refill? Actually, do they have mini kegs?
I mean, there are many kegs in that tavern, and there's also many kegs aboard.
Wait, but we do have booze aboard
Mhm.
that the crew is allowed to drink from, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have to. Although because Albrecht is not getting pension for that emerald, not the emerald, the amethyst. No, what the fuck was it called? The wine?
Amethyst Ale.
Oh, okay, it was amethyst. All right, so how much is it costing me to refill my own skill with amethyst ale?
The Amethyst Ale is not sold at this tavern.
Son of a bitch. I look at the barkeeper and like climb up on the chair, climb up on the table, look him directly in the eye, and says, "Closest thing to amethyst ale. Don't play with me."
And he just kind of looks a bit puzzled. And Honeywood Ale?
This is the closest thing to amethyst ale that you have.
It's an ale.
Are people hard of hearing? Just give me random shit. Answer the question. Close to it or not?
He just kind of looks at. We've never gotten Amethyst Ale. I wouldn't know.
Fine, just give me the stupid ale. I thrust the water skin in his face. Fill her up.
It'll be 5 copper. He takes the water skin and fills it up with Honeywood ale.
I leave the silver piece because I know I'm being rude, but now I don't have my favorite ale, so there's that. So I leave a silver piece, then grab the wineskin, hop on down. Come on, Samson, and then hurry back to sleep so we don't get left.
Okay.
That's my little morning adventure.
So everybody hops aboard the Shattered Star.
Oh, Nomad was there first thing in the morning.
Yep, yep.
Yep, we're all aboard.
Tyrrell,
Yes.
are you also aboard?
Yes.
Okay. Misted.
I sent you thing.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to take a short 5-minute break.
So I have to pee anyway.
Anyways, moving on from that.
We're on a boat.
Yep, you are all aboard the Shattered Star. And with the tapping of the cane and orders being given by Cadmus, you see the entire ship comes to life as people are running about, weighing anchor, bringing the deck to full operation. The sails are dropped, ready, rigging set, and the pathway and trajectory is set as your ship leaves port on Serpent's Calling and begins the at least a month-long journey to Dra'var. And
Mm-hmm.
I will go ahead and state that given time, uh, the day passes into evening with you all going about your duties, and night falls as you are all now securely out to sea and are free to move about the ship as you please. Welcome aboard the Shattered Star.
I step into a life raft and get hella drunk.
Just gonna sit in the life raft and get hella drunk.
Yeah. After this giant unload of there's somebody in the observer and dying car are dying because of the Black King and all this stuff. They were down to fucking 10 from 12 and all this shit. After all this gets dumped on me and we've had all these conversations, but I finally got my gilded skull and all that stuff. I slip into a lifeboat and hide as I get hella drunk.
All right. Nomad,
Everybody
Mystic,
has their own
Tyrrell.
ways of coping, I guess.
Indeed. So what are you three doing?
Nomad would be, for the most part, remaining on deck to help with navigation.
Misted's gonna go find the bosun.
Okay, not too hard. As you make your way to the front of the ship, which is up here, which you can't see because you are not in roll 20.
I'm logged in on Roll20.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Unless my
You've never,
screen blacked out. I was finishing my cigarette that I was having when we were on break. My screen blacked out, guys. That's what happened.
Is it, though? Is that really what happened?
I'd like to tell you what else just happened, but I can't. Because to tell you that would cause fits of laughter, and then we'd never get focused again.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Misty would go find the bosun and see if there's anything she needs to be working on.
Okay.
She's gonna introduce herself.
Tyrrell.
Below deck.
What's that?
Tyr will be chilling out below deck if it's on like spare time. If it's on the time he needs to be, he'd be up in the crow's nest.
All right. This would be the time where your shifts would begin to end.
Then yeah, he'd probably still be chilling up in the crow's nest for a little bit, but then start to come down after a while.
Okay.
Just
Nomad.
enjoying the view of it.
You said you were helping out with navigation, which would put you back here. All right. Yeah, you approach the Misted approaches the bosun, uh, who during a powwow slash meeting of the crew was introduced as the name of Morin. And she just seems to be idly staring off the front of the ship and just watching the waves. Doesn't seem to have
Uh,
anything really else to do.
I assume she notices me coming, or no?
Yeah. She doesn't move.
Hello.
And she turns and, hello again.
I was wondering if there's anything we should be checking out.
You see her kind of lean up over the rail. Well, from what I can see, there's not too much wrong with the ship currently.
Okay. Um, I guess I'm gonna go see if anybody else needs help then. Holler for me if you need me.
Uh, Perhaps you should get some rest.
A cat nap does sound nice, and she gives a little wink.
No, no change in facial feature.
Bitch, that was funny. Misted's going to make a sad little face droop, and then she is going to trot off.
Okay.
My humor was not appreciated.
No, not
I'm gonna
really.
go find. It's just not appreciated. Just wrong. Misted's going to go trot off to go find a nice, cozy place to snuggle up and nap.
You have a bunk, which is mid deck.
Yay! Um. Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna. Yeah. I assume these are. Yeah. I was gonna say. I assume these are stairs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head off below deck.
Indeed.
All right. Tyrell, anything? As you have descended from your perch atop the crow's nest.
Go below deck. Time to chill out for a bit.
Okay. As you begin to make your way through, you see the Minotaur, who has been named as the new cook aboard the ship, has made his way to the top deck and is simply seeming to make his way towards Morin.
All right.
And the two of them just seem to have a small conversation.
To continue going down for now.
Okay.
As Elbrig, who's probably sufficiently drunk now, peeks out from uh, the fucking lifeboat he's on. Well, like, how many people are topside right
Um, Tyrell and Misted are both now below deck. Nomad is on the quarter deck towards the back of the ship. Morin and the Minotaur, who is introduced as Goromar, are at the front of the ship. And there's just the night shift of the ship. The crew there is coming about and making their way up and preparing to take over their respective roles and manage about the ship. So there's probably
now?
a total of maybe like, aside from you all and the two at the front, probably about another 20 that seem to be coming up.
And the crew, besides our two newest members, they're all a myriad of different races, or is there like a central type of race that's on this ship?
The good majority of them seem to be human or of a varying half human type. There's the occasional halfling, as well as the occasional gnome. There's one individual aboard the ship that is a lizard folk that they have named Tick Tick, and Tick Tick does not speak. Tick Tick does not seem to have the ability to communicate in that sense. Tick Tick instead, hisses, clicks, and chatters. But it appears Tick Tick is one of the ones making his way below deck as the night is beginning to get a bit colder.
Yes, you must befriend the Tick Tick.
You must befriend the Tick Tick.
So yeah, Albert's gonna go ahead and roll out of the lifeboat onto the deck. Probably fall on his face for a second or two. Pause for a moment. Get back up. And go ahead and stroll all the way up to our people who are just joined. Like swaying the entire time very heavily. No sea legs. It's kind of weird because it's like Elbrick definitely has sea legs, but he's drunk enough to make it look like he doesn't. So there's a lot of swaying, and eventually, like on all fours, crawls up to the new people, and like raises a finger. They heard me coming. Like, give me a second, and there's like, okay, I'm good. Not gonna throw up from the sprawl. I will not lose my dignity like that. Hi.
And the two of them both kind of turn around and watch this whole thing go down. And they're just kind of... She looks at Goromar. And Goromar just kind of tilts his head a little bit confused. And it's okay, big guy. Hello.
Hi, I'm Brig. Nope. There is a Brig. I'm Elbrig.
Elbrick.
That's right. Right. Yep. Elbrig. Nice to meet the two of you. And your names are.
She just kind of is just staring blankly. Morin, and this is Goromar.
Morin and Guramar. Hi, I'm Elbrig. And I already said that. Real quick. There's a question. Going to ask. Right. Um. Fuck. What was your name again? And he's looking up at the Minotaur.
Yeah, he just kind of snorts.
Need some more green.
And she
Do not.
repeats, his
Yeah.
name is Goromar.
Guramar. Right. Guramar. Wait, hold up. Does Goromar, can you talk? Is she your interpreter? Do you speak common?
And Goromar just kind of looks at her. Looks at you. Yes.
Okay, just double checking because a lot and like he looks like he kind of leans up against Goromar. He's finally got into a seat. Like he's whispering to Goromar, but because Goromar's so tall, he's probably like whispering into his thigh. A lot of people seem to talk for other people. It's weird outside of the sprawl and everything. Now then again, then I realized I'm talking to his thigh and like back up a second, look him in the face. Right. You're my first Minotaur I've been next to for a long, long while, and I don't remember if I've been next to one before, so what's something unique to Minotaurs? You know, besides the whole cloven hoofed and scary pointy horns. Because the horns are not exactly unique. Tyrrell has horns, and I think I've met at least 4 other people with horns. So unique to the Minotaur, besides horns and cloven hooves, feet, foot, feet, feet, no foot, feet.
And he stops for a moment and looks at Morin. And just snorts again. And then just quietly, as he can, just proceeds to then walk away.
Hey, that was an honest question. Not like being a dick or anything. You just want to know. Is he sensitive? Have I hit a nerve? Does he like his own race?
And she just kind of like watches him leave and chuckles. If you had insulted him, you would be dead.
Really, over an insult? Just one tiny insult, and I get gored or skewered?
More like stepped on.
That's fair. That's fair. I am rather short versus the rest of you tall fuckers. Everyone's so goddamn tall. You're all strange. There's no reason to be that tall.
Well, helps me have a vantage point.
I mean, fair point, but you know, like put my hand on my head this height, this right here, maybe a few inches taller. That's all you really need. Now then, I've asked him his question. What's a question for you? You were hired on as the
The bosun.
bosun, right? Which the bosun takes care of the ship. Yeah,
I oversee the maintenance and some of the work of the crew.
right. Do you know why the other bosun left?
They said he decided to remain on shore due to individuals currently aboard the ship.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Nomad's a little freaky, but it's okay. So, uh, why are you headed to? Wait, are you headed to where we're headed to, or did you just join because you needed work?
Well, needed to leave the mainland for a little while and was looking for work.
Sure. Okay. On a boat too. Um, wait, you're not like on the run or anything, right? You don't have to worry about crazy bounty hunters, right?
You know, you see it. You see this very strange look come over her face. It is a half smile, and you can see her tongue just like gently tapping the back of her teeth. No, nothing like that, as far as I'm aware.
Can you do me a favor?
Depends.
Um, can you either host me up onto the side of the ship here, or come down to my level? I'm getting this crick in my neck from looking up at you. Either one's totally fine.
I'm sorry. Uh,
I'm going to refer you guys to what I posted a while back of how to talk to short people.
you just want her to pick Elbrig up and just hold him at face level?
No. Since we're near the front, like the side of the ship or whatever, just host me up there. I'm not asking her to do that meme. She's not supposed to just hold me at face level.
Full on Titanic mode. She just lifts Elbrig up and just holds him there. Yeah. That's
Just gotta stand behind me, put me on the prow. I'm taking the world.
Well, no, she does. She does in fact sit you over here.
Wonderful. Thank you. Had the entire conversation with Nomad about being manhandled and how it's just a saying. Even if you're a woman, you're still manhandling. You know, it's okay. I gave you permission this time. They don't. The fucking teammates of mine don't ask for permission. They just kind of touch you with weird, creepy arms. Don't let Cheryl touch you. One arm is okay. The other arm's not okay. The one with the bandages, don't let it touch you.
And you see her kind of tilt her head and she goes, "You are the oddest halfling I've ever seen."
Well, I'm normally quite reserved, but I've learned that this wonderful thing, you have to pull out the like 2/3 empty wineskin and slosh it around, called alcohol, gets rid of all my existential, yeah, no, that's the word, existential dread. It makes me a lot more sociable. Normally, I'd be really fucking suspicious of pretty much everyone I come across. That's weirdly self-aware to say while I'm drunk.
She kind of smiles a little bit. What have I gotten myself into?
You have no fucking idea.
Oh, I have an
Neither
inkling.
did I. That's what you think. You think everything's fine. You know exactly what's going on. You plan things out, and then it all goes to shit. And you pull into things that you don't have any control over. You're fucking requested by powerful beings to take care of things. Things you didn't want to. You just had one life goal. One simple. I still gotta wait for that demon lady to fly back and tell me. Okay, no, technically she's not
Make
a
a
demon.
perception check for me, real quick.
Sure. 10.
Nothing too apparent, but even in your inebriated state, something seems to, with what you're rambling on, something seems to resonate with her. As her facial features seem to kind of lose the stern and unwaveringness of it.
Aha! Look, your face changed. That means things. Why did your face change? What did I say? Did I say something funny? I'm hilarious.
Just the confidence is beautiful. I'm hilarious. But no, she just shakes her head. Just things being on completely different from how you thought they were going to be.
Oh, yeah, totally. I was worried you. Hey, she's not a demon. I said demon lady, but she's not actually a demon.
Oh, trust me. I've seen them.
Wait, you seen a demon lady?
I've seen demons.
How'd you come across? Nope, nope, I don't want to know.
And
That's
devils.
and devils. Okay, you're an experienced lady. Why? Like, is that the whole you planning to went to shit? Did you get into a shit situation that resulted in seeing demons and devils?
She kind of looks back, and Gormar is still just kind of like leaning up against the rail. And she's, well, the two of us come from a place where you see a lot of things you wish you really hadn't.
Mm. Are you guys like partners or compatriots or a little? And I use the finger for the whole motion.
No,
No, okay.
we
Double
are
checking.
companions.
It is a wonder that Elbrig has not gotten punched in the dick yet.
It is a wonder indeed.
I'm too fucking adorable when I'm drunk. She wouldn't do it.
But you do see the fingers twitch a little bit. And she said, no, we are from the Shattered Peaks.
No, Shattered Peaks. You don't say.
We've hunted Goliaths. We've hunted other Minotaurs, orcs, nagas, dragons. Anything and everything that could pose a challenge.
What, you're hunting these people for the fun of it?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? That sounds. Okay, I kind of get the orcs, maybe. And even the Goliath, tall ass motherfuckers. But dragons? Really? For the fun of it? That sounds horrifying and dangerous. Just for fun.
And you see her just kind of get this really deep grin to her face. And that tongue goes across the front of her teeth.
Ooh, shit. Okay. Yeah, you guys do that for fun.
And she just kind of leans forward a little bit more and just, well, what is the importance of life if you can't have a little danger?
Yeah. A little danger. Hunter dragons is only a little dangerous. Yeah.
Well, dragons are dangerous, yes, but they can also be loyal.
Do you know a loyal dragon?
And that grin comes back over her face,
Oh God, you do love a loyal dragon.
and you see her kind of bring two fingers up to her mouth and gives it a very, very loud, shrill whistle.
You're evil.
And then from behind you, towards the, well, it's better just to go ahead and say it. You hear the sounds of claws grabbing onto the ship and clawing its way up.
Yeah. I have a very bad moment. I leap right at her, like hug, like, oh my God, what's coming?
Yeah, Nomad is still on the top of the ship.
Yeah, he's at the, Nomad is at the back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, over the railing next to you, you see a rather decently sized, probably about the size of Samson, white drake comes over the railing.
Yeah, no, I totally cling to her. Just like with an eep and a leap. She could dodge totally, but I am definitely jumping from here.
Where are you gonna go?
Right towards her. Shit. The thing came from behind me. I'm leaping forward.
And it just seems to like take stance next to her. And she just casually begins to pet it.
Hey, that was undignified. Yeah. Where the hell did that come from?
And she kind of looks over and kind of inquisitively looks at you and just goes, "Well, from wherever I choose him to be.
That was specific.
I can call on him from anywhere and everywhere."
Oh, you summon him. You're looking for the word summon. I summon him.
Well, summoning requires typically an incantation or a spell. This is just natural. I call, he arrives.
So, just anywhere. You walk
Anywhere.
along, and then poof, he's there.
Yeah, if I call him.
Okay. I mean, that's useful. I mean, no matter give a Western Samson comes running too, but he actually has to come from running somewhere. He just wait, no, does he come like running from out of somewhere, or does he just magically appear?
Yeah. Sometimes he has to get a running start. Other times he just simply shows up.
Huh.
And he does not leave until I tell him to.
Yeah. He's kind of like looking at the Drake.
Yeah, that's a white drake.
Kind of shivers. Hey, so it's kind of cold out here. Nice talking to you. Nice meeting your Drake there. He's like twirls his fingers with Drake. Um, think it's time for me to go back to friend Samson, loyal doggy friend, who's about the same size as your Drake, but a lot less scale, more fur. Yeah, much. You have a good night, Minotaur man. I wasn't trying to be a dick.
He's just kind of smiling. Don't worry. If I need you, I will always be able to find you.
You realize that you're kind of terrified.
Yes, it's appealing to some.
Uh huh. Yep. I'm gonna eat like takes another swig out of the white skin and slowly climbs down from his perch. All right. Yeah. So yeah, wonderful talking to you all. I'm gonna go back to my ever so comfy lifeboat and like whisper. It's oddly comfortable in the lifeboat, and there's not a whole lot of people like down in the hold. Because you gotta share a room with like 50 other guys. Girls, guys and girls, whatever. Crew members.
Guys and
Crew
girls.
members is the right word. Crew members is the word I'm looking for. The neutral term.
Yeah, it is co-crewed.
So you take care. Nice to have the dangerous hunting lady as our maintenance lady for the boat. Mentor man. Yeah, you know, cook well, all that stuff.
Mm.
Drake person, stay safe. Don't sneak up on me, pretty please.
Oh, don't worry. You'll never hear me coming.
That's why I don't talk to people.
We love Fizban's treasury.
Like run, just says that, walks away, pats the Minotaur on his thigh as he goes by.
Oh,
Yeah,
he gives you
good night.
a little like flex.
He,
Oh
he
god.
does he does the thing that they do in Bollywood where they have no shirt on and they do the pecs the
Oh no
pec
no no no
flex.
no! This is like that staggering step towards like the real quick.
Yeah, we definitely plunged back and go,
It would as you're
fucker.
coming down the stairs, it's about the time that Nomad would actually be like walking this way towards the stairs here to go under.
Mm.
And he noticed he was like, ah, good evening.
Yeah, hey, no man. He like looks back up deck towards the Minotaur and everything. So moves on close and says, come down here.
Nomad is like just is like looking at you as with that blank Nomad, I have no idea what you're talking about expression.
Lean down, you tall ass motherfucker.
Nomad like after a second lean down a little.
Nah. Just to be clear, when I said motherfucker, that does not mean I think you literally fuck someone's mother. It is just a saying, like when we talked about the manhandling. More importantly, the two of them are terrifying. The Minotaur and the ladies. It has a drake. She's a loyal drake that climbed up the edge of the boat and shit. Okay?
Nomad kind of just looks at you blankly and says, yes.
Yeah, no.
You also have a pet?
Samson, while vicious when needs to be, is very fluffy, and no one's going to be afraid of Samson right off the bat, unless it's another gnome or halfling, because Samson's like fucking five thirds that.
Are
Point
you
is,
inebriated?
what? Of course I am. You think I talk like this normally? Wait, do I talk like this normally? No, no, no. Much more intelligent.
just like reaches his hand up as if he's about to like pat you on the shoulder, but then puts it back down and says, "You should get some rest. I'm retiring for the evening."
Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, the rest part. No, retiring? Wait, are you retiring from a job? You had a job? Right now, you mean going to sleep?
Nomad is leaving. Nomad is literally walking away.
That's right. Man. Walks back away, like he stumbles back to Michael.
I was gonna say he makes it about halfway across the deck and then just face plants and goes to sleep. But no, that works too. Make
Oh, well,
a
he's gotta
acrobatics
get
check
the
for me.
gotta get to the thing I fall overboard.
Make an acrobatics check for me.
I'm gonna fucking fall over.
If you fall into the water after aiming for the lifeboat, nobody is there to help fish
Oh,
you out.
got an 8.
I didn't think it would actually happen. You all just hear him just I'm just gonna, and then he goes waddling over towards the rail, and all you hear is just, yeah, fuck, swoosh.
Do I hear this?
You may not hear the splash, but you do hear the sudden call out of man overboard.
Nomad is going to immediately walk back up and look over to where the crew has gathered. Is going to walk over there and see Elbrig like thrashing around in the water and be like, "Oh no."
Mm-hmm. Oh
Is
my
there
god.
a sturdy rope nearby?
Oh god, hang on. Okay, yeah. Oh god, it's really hard to see because I'm fucking crying. But no, like almost seemingly like on automatic command. As Nomad kind of goes over and is just like, you see a white drake suddenly jump off the side of the ship and spreads out a pair of wings, goes down really close to where Elbrig is, and then quickly turns towards the ship and grabs a hold of Elbrig and brings him back over to the side of the ship and then just latches onto the side of it.
I knew how this was gonna end. He's gonna eat me.
And you see it kind of like lick you, and then it's kind of.
That's right. Tastes so good. Oh my god, you licked me.
Nomad
You
is
were
going to
not eating me.
Nomad's gonna walk over there and like reach down and grab Elbrig by the collar and lift him up.
Just latch onto your arm. It was gonna eat me.
and, and bringing you back over to the side. Nomad's gonna say, "Let's get you downstairs." And is going to just like put a hand on your shoulder, not even reservedly this time, and sort of guide you towards the underside, towards the middle deck.
Wait. Important things. Wait. I'm missing my water skin.
Nomad's going to look over the edge. Is the water skin in the water?
No.
Get the dragon, consume it. Fake. Check the
Does the
side of the
Drake
butt.
have it?
There may be a strap hanging out of the drake's mouth currently. As it claws its way along the side of the ship and then crawls back on board. And then goes back up next to Morin again.
Is she still over near the...
Yeah.
Near the... Okay, yeah. Nomad would say... Nomad would think for a second and say, let's worry about that tomorrow.
No, as I'm like shivering now. It's actually quite cold up here. You make a fine point. Let's go downstairs.
Nomad's going to help Elbrig get downstairs 2 o'clock and make sure that he doesn't trip and fall on his face during the process.
Okay. So that'll end your night of adventure. The next day begins, and as for those with an actual observational task, Tyrrell, I need you to roll 2 perception checks.
Give me a second.
Yep. And Nomad, I need you to roll 2 survival checks.
And that's pretty good. That's
Oh yeah,
okay.
one
That's
places
okay.
with this.
All right. So Tyrrell, you do not see the dragon turtle.
Okay.
Misted, I need you to roll 2, just straight d20s. Honey.
She did it
I'm
in
here.
roll 20.
Yeah, sorry, Orion's talking.
She got a 1 and an 11 in roll 20.
All right, so that is a 4 and a 14. There are some damages to the ship, as Tyrrell fails to notice the juttings of rocks and various other creatures that have been swimming around and about. So you manage to, at the first try, it takes Morin kind of coming over and pretty well guiding your hand to figure out how to repair these damages to the ship. And for the second go around, Tyrrell hits an aquafont as he fails to see the rather large back of this creature coming underneath the ship and proceeds to have another issue of needing to repair the ship. But you seem to be able to manage that one a bit better on your own.
Yes. AKA underwater elephant.
Yes, aquafont.
I heard Aqua Thought, and I was like, that's an interesting mermaid.
All right. And with Nomad's
All
first check, you are able to
when
very
all
accurately.
elephants are queens.
Hmm.
Sorry, go on.
You are able to accurately, navigate around particular islands that are going to be in your way. With the second one, you seem to kind of get a little bit lost and turn around, but following your sense, you kind of re-guide the boat into the correct direction. But yeah, the first few weeks go by with very little issue.
Oh, we're skipping weeks?
hmm I mean, do you want us to play through an entire month and a half of travel?
Of course, of course. I'm going to get drunk every night and have these weird conversations with every single crew member. No.
But
Just if we're skipping weeks, I just want to point out that during said weeks, Elbrig would spend some time trying to, especially since we're surrounded by fucking water. It's split between trying to help Misted get a hold of her whole and get more confident with her divine power, and then the other part would be trying to figure out the water stuff.
Trying to figure out the what?
A water spell.
Mm. I think that's actually what I was gonna ask next. Is during that span of time when you're not working, what are you all doing? Are there any particular conversations you would like to have with any particular individuals?
Tyrrell here and there would be going to talk to Cadmus.
Okay.
And then I'd say on downtime sometimes would be sitting up in the crow's nest for extra time, kind of messing around with like the bandages on his arm and trying to see if he can't do anything else with his arm that he didn't know about, and just kind of like actually taking the time to practice with it.
Okay.
There is one thing you can do with your arm.
Well, yeah, but since never mind. Since this conversation with Mordecai, some things came to light, and he's intrigued.
Nomad.
Nomad would be, continuing to perform his duties and keeping an eye out for Elbrig as he's worried for his well-being.
Okay. And Misted.
Mist is just going to be going about doing as she's supposed to do.
Trying to stay away from the water.
Maybe. What's it to you?
Are you saying she's scared of water?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of it. And I don't know when I'll be able to be clean again. So I'd rather not get all yucky.
Mm.
He can throw you in the water.
If Tyrell throws Misted in the water, Tyrell's a dead man. I
said
will
we
drown.
tie a rope to you first.
You what?
I said we tie a rope to you first.
Do you have any idea how sticky fur gets when it's been matted with salt water?
That's what I'm
Nope.
saying. Misted does not want to get yuck.
Side note, I need to use the little metal man's room real quick.
Mm.
So I will be back.
Okay. So going forward, I'm going to press on for about another week or so goes by. Tyrrell, as you have now kind of sought guidance and been given instruction, using the spyglass that you were given, go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage.
I see. If it goes bad, I'm giving up on this app and just using dice. I swear to God. That's not what it works for me. I was gonna use the actual advantage roll, but fuck it, we're going. Did those go through on your end?
19 and 18.
Yeah.
All right.
I said it didn't actually pop up for me for some reason. They just kind of rolled and then disappeared into the nothingness.
All right.
Do I need to
Uh,
make more than one or just one?
oh, just the one.
Parents are dead now, Mommy. Mommy, my parents are now.
So you do notice something strange floating in the water.
Mm.
It is beginning to get towards the evening, and nighttime has begun to really set in. As you are back aboard that, I believe Nomad and Elbrig will be able to sort themselves out as to their location. But you distinctly notice floating bodies in the water.
Hmm. All right, I would call out and let them know.
And the crew quickly gets to work and begins to throw over what looks to be ropes and diving in to go after these sunken bodies, it so seems. And with the quartermaster's permission, they are to be brought on board. Which the quartermaster introduced himself as Lin Bai.
Mm-hmm.
What, honey?
I was talking to Orion.
Oh, I just heard you talking. I wasn't sure. I just wasn't getting it through. But yeah, they start to bring on bodies. There looks to be about 4 of them that they've brought on to the deck. And they are seemingly somewhat still alive. And with that, Nomad, are you back?
I am back.
Wonderful. I would assume that you are still helping navigate back here.
Yes.
All right, Misted, where are you?
Second place.
Well, I don't know exactly where Misty would be.
You plugged it?
We'll assume. We'll assume checking stuff out, so closest to the edge.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. And that's very good to know. Because the bodies then do not produce any water. Instead, they begin to stand up as the sound of climbing and the thud of another body or 2 or 3 or even 4 hits the ship in various locations. And you realize that their eyes are black and sunken. And I need you all to roll initiative.
I want to be here no more.
As
Mm.
8 slicks inhabiting the bodies of these fallen, drowned sailors are now aboard the ship. All right. So, Elbrig, what did you get for your initiative?
7.
All right. And Nomad?
19.
All right. Misted?
6.
7.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
9.
Tyrell?
10.
You got 10?
Mhm.
All right. And I will go ahead and that is a 19. So they share it with Nomad.
Ah. What is their modifier?
+1.
Mine is +2.
Wonderful. So Nomad will be going first.
Nomad, of course, drawing his weapons immediately, is going to use Spirit Shroud.
Okay. And what
I
exactly
don't.
does that entail?
So I'm not exactly sure how this would look, but it is a 3rd level necromancy spell that is a bonus action that is a concentration spell that lasts for up to 1 minute. I will go ahead and DM you the spell's description so that you can describe it as you would like
All right.
in terms of Nomad's abilities.
All right. When you cast the spell, what damage choice is it that you're making?
Probably cold.
I need a confirmation on which one it is.
It makes the most sense to be cold.
Okay, so it will be indeed cold damage. That is within 10 feet of you. At least that one is.
No, when it starts its turn, rather.
Which it's going to right after you.
Yes. Assuming it's still alive, because...
And I don't know if I can flavor this any other way than, yeah, it just looks like a thick black mist that just permeates from your body. No strokes of lightning, but is just this lingering sense of cold and dread.
And Nomad's going to walk over here and take a swing at this one.
Alright, was that a bonus action spell?
Yes.
Alright.
12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Alright, second
You
attack.
swing and it goes wiggle wiggle and just scoots out the way a little bit.
We catch him on the downswing, though.
Alright, that will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
8, and then... So a total of 15.
So it's actually only a total of 8.
Ah. Unfortunate.
Mm. Alright, anything else for you?
Nope, that's it.
The cold does not seem to affect this thing at all.
Nomad notes that down and sort of just... Now that he's up close and examining his spell going off and examining the slick, he's like, yeah.
Alright. And that will end your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, after that would be number 1. Goes over here. That one goes over there. And is going to take a swing at Misted. And that is... Oh, shit. There it is. Oh, come here. Oh. Too fat for this. Blue or purple, honey?
Purple.
Purple? Alright. Player killer dice.
Purple.
Got it.
The flying purple people eater.
That's the one.
Alright,
Can I
so
negate that? I don't want player killer dice.
the player killer dice
Demand
it
a
is.
revolt. I demand a revolt.
And that is 16 to hit. Is that your armor class?
It meets my armor class, yes.
And you take 5 points of slashing damage. And then Number 3 is going to run over there. He's going to take a whack at Elbrig. Player killer dice, go. That is an 18 to hit.
Yeah.
Which that is 4 points of slashing damage.
Hey.
Number 4 being here is also going to take a swing at Misted. That is, yeah, that hits. It's 20 to hit. That is 3 points of slashing damage. And Tyrell is still up in the crow's nest, so they can't actually reach him. So this one is going to move there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is number 5. Gonna take a swing at Elbrig. That does not hit at all. That is a natural 1. Yeah, no, that does not hit. And this one is going to move. Actually, hang on. Yeah, he's gonna move there. And can't quite reach you. This one is gonna move there. And is going to take a swing at Nomad. Godspeed,
With
little guy.
advantage.
Yep. Godspeed, little guy. Fuck you. That is a 19 and a 21.
21.
The 21 hits.
Alright, you take... Fuck it. You take 2 points of slashing damage.
Alright.
And then... Hang on. Did I? Okay. Number 8 here is going to also take a swing at you. That's a 10. And that's a 12.
Yeah, no, those,
Alright, and that will end their turn. Next up would be Tyrell. What you got? You are currently 30 feet up above the deck.
he has Overwatch.
Tyrell!
He's deceased. Again.
It's
The
still
mayonnaise.
The way you said.
You are still up on the crow's nest. You are 30 feet above the deck.
How far away would some of them be?
So 30 feet straight down, 20 feet across.
So
There's no
400
bad-
plus
Oh,
400 plus 900 is 1300 squared. Somewhere between 20 and 30, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
It's
They
30
would
feet.
be would be roughly about 30 to 45 feet from you from that angle
Yes.
All
They are
right.
within firing range.
to that one. Yeah, they are within range.
I was just making sure that they're within like somewhat of 30 range to me.
Yeah, they are about 45 feet. At least
Okay.
this one is.
I gotcha. Give me just a sec. All right. I will take a shot at this far back one by Nomad.
Which one?
It won't let me do the thing. The one that's kind of above him. Yep, that one.
All right. So not this one. This
Nope. Yeah. Yep, that one.
one. Okay.
I will put Hunter's Mark down on them
All right.
and take a shot.
All right. What's your roll?
That will let you know in just a second. There we are. That's not what I wanted. I had the wrong one. Oh, the roll's a natural 20.
All right. Go ahead and roll your damage and then double it. Actually, re-roll that 1d10 plus 3.
Which one?
The damage. The 1d10 plus 3.
All right.
All right. Go ahead and double that. So that'd be
Uh,
16.
Yep. And then
Splat.
12. So 16 and 12.
Yeah, it just. You
Does it
splatter
go
it across the deck.
Does it go straight through and kill the slick as well? It's both of them in one shot?
No, it's just the one.
Well,
Okay, so
since
the
they're
slick
slicked
pops out?
inside corpses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
Does it pop out,
The
or is-
individual that it was inside of was already dead.
Yes.
Yeah, the bodies are already dead. These slicks are the things controlling them inside.
Ah.
Okay, so this just functions as killing the slick then.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, you did like over double its health, so
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if it would kill the
Yeah.
slick instantly, regardless.
yeah. Distinctly remember that when Nomad was doing this, he was specifically trying to be non-lethal with his damage.
Yeah, that's true.
That is not happening this time.
Yeah, with all 3 of his stabby stabs. But yeah, anything else?
Yeah, hold on.
You still have your
will
movement.
then. Yeah, I'm fine. But I also have that extra attack now.
Mm.
So I will take that one that's all up here on the like far north side,
All right.
toward the front of the boat. Yep, standing out in the middle of nowhere.
Numero uno.
Yeah, I'll take a
Alright.
shot at him.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
12.
That does not hit.
Okay,
Just
that is all.
and it just kind of wiggles. All right. And after Tyrrell is Elbrig.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. We are going to go home. Let out a whistle for Samson to come.
And as you whistle, you see Samson doesn't just come running. Samson instead appears next to you.
Okay, then there you do that.
I told you, whenever you call him, he'll appear.
This is the first time I've kind of been away from Samson. Player knows he does things. Characters are like, what the fuck? But so yeah, there's that flinch as Samson appears, and we go ahead and touch our lantern because Samson's collar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. We call Samson. We use 5 feet. We use 5 feet of our movement, or no, use half our move to go ahead and mount it.
All right.
So there's that. And then, as we're now mounted and can catch our lantern, we're going to, and we have mounted combatant. We're going to go ahead and use. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have a prayer. There it is. We cast protection from good and evil.
All right.
So, in concentration 10 minutes until the end of the concentration. Aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead all have disadvantage if they are attacking me.
All righty.
And also I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Well, ain't that unfortunate?
So I do not have a good bonus action. So yeah, that's it. We're done.
All right. Elbrig's all done. That brings us to Misted.
Yay! It's my turn.
What you got?
Well, you see, Misted specifically wants to kill it with fire.
Okay.
Well, listen. It's perfectly safe fire. It's magic fire. It's sacred fire, even.
Okay.
That it was just funny.
Yes, buddy. Miss is going to cast Sacred Flame at the one directly in front of me, and it is a dex save of 14.
You said a dex save of 14.
Correct.
All right. Player killer dice. Let's go. It does not save. That is a 3 plus 1.
Delightful. Now it will take 2d8 radiant damage.
All right. Tell me how much damage you put out.
Give me a second. It has been 13.
13?
Yep.
13 points of
Radiant damage.
double that, please.
So 16? Or do you want me to roll again?
It's all right. So 13 points of radiant damage, double to 26.
Yep.
It really does not like radiant damage. All right. So that was number 2.
Does it look visibly upset he's getting?
It doesn't look like anything anymore as you see the black get burned away from whatever seems to be possessing this individual as the slick is just purged from the inside out. And that body drops to the ground completely dead.
Hey, guys!
All right. Anything else?
Other than Misted's going to holler, they really don't like radiance, guys. No, that's it.
All right.
Oh no!
That brings us to Nomad.
Doesn't really have any plans other than just smacking these guys right now, so
Yeah, go for it. Which one you going after?
the one I previously hit,
All right.
it's a 21.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's another 8.
And dead. You cleave almost straight through the body, and it seems to be far too easy. This body looks like it's probably been dead for a while.
Mm-hmm. And he will turn around and take a swing at this next one. That is a dirty 20.
That hits. Go ahead.
Another 8.
Another 8.
We are liking the 8s today, apparently.
Good ace.
And 0 cold damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else for you?
Nope. That'll be it.
All righty. That brings us to their turn. Hello.
Mm.
And that brings us to number 3. Is going to take a swing at Elbrig with disadvantage. That is a 7 and a 15.
All right, 7. That's
All right, it does not hit. In fact, it looks a little bit eh. But seeing that it doesn't really have a good option right now, is going to promptly run that way.
number. Where'd it go?
Well, Elbrig and Samson both get opportunity attacks.
Just Samson, because Elbrig doesn't have a melee weapon.
Yeah, Elbrig does not have. I mean, Elbrig could try to like punch him, but
Extras description for Samson. His bite attack is. Okay, so D20. So an 18 to hit.
18 to hit. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright, that is 1d6 plus 1. 7 points of piercing damage.
7 points of piercing damage.
And if he's still alive, please make a strength saving throw.
All right. What is the DC?
DC is 11.
11.
Yep.
Ooh, that is 12.
He takes a bite but is not knocked prone. Can actually run away. Alright, cool.
It literally rolled an 11. It has a +1 to its strength.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, that brings us
Unless it
to.
had a -1, it would not have failed.
That brings us to number 4. Number 4 is going to take another swing at the one that just incinerated his buddy.
Hit me.
Yeah, he fucking will. That is a 22 to hit.
Yicky.
Yucky.
Yicky.
And that is 4 points of slashing damage.
Yicky.
Yucky.
No, not yoke. Yicky.
Yucky. That brings us to number 5, who is going to take a swing at Elbrig with disadvantage. You are so lucky for that disadvantage.
It's not lucky. It's called planning.
The first roll was a natural 20. The second roll was a 12. Which +3 to hit is 15.
Okay, that one is.
And that is 3 points of slashing damage. That was almost a crit. That was almost 6 points of slashing damage.
Concentration is cast.
Yep. And your concentration is good?
Yep. 14 on my save.
Alright. And he too is going to skedaddle skidoodle. His dick is now a noodle.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. You're staying in one spot and you're in a corner. And that brings us to whack-a-mole over here. Number 7, who is going to take a swing at Nomad. That is 19.
Miss.
Ping! Right off your metal titties.
Yep. Slicks was like, center mass, center mass.
Alright. And
Oh.
it is actually going to move there.
All right, well, that doesn't provoke an opportunity attack because it's not leaving my range.
Nope. But that ends all of their turns, and that brings us to Tyrell. What you got, Archer boy?
The cat needs covering fire.
Cat, I got you.
You got me, bro.
He says as he, takes a puff of his cigar.
How close are these two to me right now? The two
What?
closest ones?
That one is about, that's like
35.
35 feet. And that one is about 40 feet.
Okay, just checking. Take a shot.
Take a shot at which one?
The one that's closest to me,
Okay.
and then the one over by the steps there. But we'll see if the first one even hits that guy, because if it doesn't, I'm going to hit him again.
And that'll be number 5 that you're taking a shot at, and number 1 you're taking a shot at.
Okay.
Alright, first one, roll to hit.
11. Nope.
11 does not hit.
Hit him again.
You okay?
Are you going after the same one again?
Yeah, I'm going after the same one again.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
Okay, so the game got a crooked dice, but it's calling it a 2. It's showing me 20 and 2 at the same time on my screen, but I assume it's to be a 2.
Yeah, it is a 2. It is a 10 to hit. Unfortunately, both are misses. I apologize.
Other than that, hold on just a sec. I think there's one other thing I can do.
Nomad's like 60 feet away. I can do that.
Pretty much.
You can do what now?
You'll find out very soon.
He's looking to cast Shatter.
Oh, yeah.
Misted is in the range.
Oh, it's only a 10-foot radius.
I'll move
I
Hunter's
think I
Mark
get
onto number 1
3
over
of
there.
them.
You're going to do what, Tyrell?
Move Hunter's Mark onto number 1 over there.
In the corner?
Yep.
Alright, so number 1 has Hunter's Mark. Alright.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Alright, with Tyrell done, that brings us to Elbrig. What you got?
All right. Then away. Away. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pull out our orc skull and go ahead and cast summon undead. So yeah, we just kind of pull out the orc skull, speak a few words in the arcane. The orc skull kind of gets two glowing red eyes as we give it a toss to our left. Um, from the orc skull, kind of mist will bell out from underneath, from the bottom part, taking on a nice skeletal form as we summon the skeleton version of Summon Undead.
Alright. You said you were summoning the skeletal version?
I believe so. Yes, Summon Undead. And comic there's a counter for me after yours gets with that. Yeah.
Alright, and where did you have him summoned?
Right here.
Wonderful.
Golden, so it's a little gold. It's that golden skull right on top of skeletal remains. I'm just assume it's orc bones. It's a nice big beefy orc boy. And then the weird thing is you expect it to go charging forward, but we'll say, we point at the one in front of Mister and say attack as we move over and kind of duck behind it.
Alright, what
And
is his
as we
movement range?
do, he does not actually move. Instead, because he's the skeleton version of it, he gets special. Damn it! Come on, stop being weird. Website. I kill you! I kill you good. There. He raises a hand, and black energy slurs to get into a bolt as he uses gray bolt.
On this one?
Yep, right next to Misty. Let's see. He gets my spellcasting ability modifier plus 7.
Alright.
So d20 plus 7 is a 20 to hit.
It is a 22 hit. Alright, that
Yeah.
hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright. 2d4 plus the spell's level, so third level spell, so 2d4 plus 2d4 plus 6 is 11 points of necrotic damage.
11 points of necrotic.
Yep.
Alright. It is really hurt.
That's his turn. He does that and maybe just stands in front of us.
Alright. So is that end your turn?
It does indeed.
And that brings us to Misted. What you got? Cannot hear you.
I forgot I was muted. Mr. Fuck About and Find Out right here is very ouchy. Yes?
Yes.
I see, I see. We're gonna do it again then. Yet again, it is a Dex 14.
A dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
That is an 11.
He no save.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage.
Boom, boom. Firepower. That's a 7. Did you want that doubled?
Sure. Go ahead and double that to its actual max health. Yeah, it just explodes from the inside.
It goes.
Yeah, you summon this flame and like it
Yep, it just
enters its body and then it just like stops moving for a second. And then just this blast of pale light comes out of all of the body's orifices, and the black smoke just dissipates all around the deck, and the body falls lifelessly to the ground.
actually it's more like, a Christmas light show, and then it just kind of like slumps down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
There is the distinct sound of squishy screaming, but that's beside the point. All right, you still have your movement, and I believe you still have a bonus action if you would like.
I don't think I have anything for my bonus action.
All right, but you still do have
Hold
your
on.
movement.
Hang on a second. Bleep. I have excellent news. I don't have to move. I can reach everything from right here, and they can't reach me.
Okay,
We're Gucci.
so that's gonna end your turn.
That's that.
All right, Nomad, you're up.
Nomad is going to hold action to wait until these three chuckle fucks are within a 10-foot sphere. Because they're going to be moving towards Misted from the looks of it. So he's going to wait until they are all in proximity to each other to make their bones go rattle rattle.
Mm. All right. Anything else?
For the time being, no.
Oh, okay.
he's holding an action, so he can't use that action.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
There we go. That one is going to rush over there.
As it is right here in this square, you see the square I'm pointing to?
Mm-hmm.
Nomad casts Shatter.
Okay. Where is it centered on?
Right here, which would not reach Misted, but would hit all three of them, assuming it's in that square.
Okay. What kind of roll is it?
They need to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 16.
Number 1, that's a 17.
All right,
Plus
it
0.
passes and takes half. Huh?
Plus 0. That is a 16 plus 0.
Okay.
And that is a 10 plus 0.
Okay. So 2 of them
So,
save, 1 of them
save,
fails.
Save, and fails. So what is it for?
The one that fails takes 20 thunder damage, the other 2 take 10.
Okay.
A thunderously loud sound just echoes on board the ship, and the water around the ship ripples out to a distance of like 100 feet away. And they all get shaken real bad.
I mean, I'd say. As these two then seem to rattle and explode and drop. However, the first one, the one that survived, does something really, really uncomfortable to look at. It is
Yeah?
going to use Consume. And you see it kind of emulsify the humanoid body that it is currently occupying. Just emulsifies into this black, oily liquid, and then shoots out, and like full on Venom style, just onto one of the dead bodies that is now saying lifeless on the ground, and completely engulfs and envelops it. And what you will then witness is it grow ever so slightly. As it is now. I actually do not have the token for this. Wow, I am very upset about that. It has evolved. And now has a new body. And the deformities that appear on this body reminds you of something of some kind of eldritch horror. As the mouth has another mouth within it, the eyes are completely gone in sunken black pits. The idea of hands have been replaced by shattered and scattered bone protruding out from where the joints would be. And it is not pleasant to look at.
The fuck is that?
And with that, it is going to make a frenzy attack on
Oh shit, it's
Misted.
Consume a bonus action?
Consume is in fact a bonus.
That's fucking scary.
Oh yeah. Also, when you realize that it also increases its AC and regain its health points. So, I'm very sorry, but you chose this dice. That's a natural 20. That is now 3d4. That is 18 points of slashing damage to Misted.
Oh no.
In case you were wondering, kitty go meouch.
All right. And the second attack will be aimed at Tyrrell, as that is a range. Yep. And it is going to use Bone Shot. That is a 17, 21 to hit.
Yes.
And I need this. And you see it kind of like twist around, and the head just kind of snaps up towards to look where you are, and then from the palm of the now disfigured hand, a bone pushes through the skin and then fires off at you. A shard of bone, I should say. And you take 13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And that is going to end its turn, which brings us to Tyrrell, as you now have a bone jutting out of you.
Yes.
The one next to me not attack?
No.
Which one was he originally that just became this?
That was the first one, the one you had Hunter's Mark on. The Hunter's Mark is still there.
Okay, that's what I was just gonna check.
But no, that one didn't attack for a reason.
Alright. How far from me would you say? About 50-ish, probably.
It's about 50 feet. 55 on a good day.
I see. I'll move right there. Just for now. I'm going to attack him twice.
All right.
$15 to hit.
15 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
And okay, yeah, I hit the wrong dice. My bad. That is a 10 plus 6.
And what kind of damage is the 6?
Just normal.
Okay.
So it's 11 pierce.
11 piercing damage.
Yep.
All right.
And I take another one. I'm gonna clear these.
That
26
hits.
to hit.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Another 10.
All right.
$12 damage.
So 10 plus 2.
Yep.
All right. It's still standing.
Mhm.
And as that shot fires off, that Slicks over here will perform its action. As it then does the same thing and dives into the dead body that has been left behind by its fallen comrade, as it too performs the same function and comes up as a brand new evolved Slicks. It, however, does not get to take its attack. Alright, Tyrell, anything else you got?
Let me look over real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, it was holding the ability to consume. They know what you get.
I'm looking. Give me a second.
Well, I believe all you have left is a bonus action.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking over if there's anything to use for that. Actually, there is. For my bonus action, you said I am up high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Hold on. I just pressed the button. I do not want to press that button. If I am up high, about 30 feet,
I'll be right back.
I go from the tops of the crow's nest
Misty Step.
to the ground floor. Yep, Misty Step. 30 feet.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, that will bring us to Elbrig.
All right, we are amalgamation creatures. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh. So we're going to go ahead and go ahead and we're going to use 2 our social points to quicken.
All right.
2. And we are quickening a. Oh, no, hold up. Real quick, no. But we're going to do that in reverse order so this works right.
Wait, did
Targeting the
Tyrell
one.
just jump off the crow's nest?
Yes, he did a swan dive. It was beautiful.
Oh my god.
So targeting the one in
Did he
front
break
of.
his neck?
Not yet. Targeting the one in front of Misted. We're going to go ahead and try and hit with a Mind Sliver. He needs to give me a DC 15 Intelligence saving throw.
DC what?
That's a DC 15 Intelligence saving throw.
All right, that is okay. It's not a minus; it's a plus. All right, that is 19.
Yeah, well, that passes. That sucks, but too bad. Then we use Quicken, and we try to hit it with a Ray of Sickness at the 2nd level bonus action. So
Mind Sliver is not a cantrip, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Mind Sliver is a cantrip.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Mind Sliver. You're talking about you think
You're thinking of Mind Spike.
Mind Whip or Mind Spike. Yeah.
I'm thinking about Mind Spike, yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking of Mind Spike or Mind Lance, or Psychic Lance.
25 to hit with the Ray of Sickness at 2nd level.
25 to hit.
Yep.
That hits.
That is 15 poison damage.
Is it poison?
Yes, it was poison damage.
All right, and that is the one next to Misted, right?
Correct.
All right. You see it kind of gurgle, bubble, and then just collapses into this roiling pool of black. It is dead.
On the boat. And then we are gonna go ahead and this is an upper deck, right?
Yep,
Can
that
you
is the
see
upper deck.
the thing attacking?
From where you currently are, you cannot see it. That would be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
right. No. Yeah, that would be through that, past the barrel or above the barrels, over the 3-foot railing, which is also a 5.5-foot tall wall, so 8.5 feet up, if not 10 feet. Yeah.
As we run by, we say, dash to the top of book it or dash or book it to the top of the stairs.
Mhm.
And as our turn ends, the orc takes a dash action and goes to the top of the stairs.
So there.
Unfortunately, that's his action, and that's all he can do. So he's there, looking menacing with his golden skull. But that's it. That's our turn.
He is rattling in moral support of Nomad. Ratter, 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 ratter. All right. Anything else?
I'm
Yep,
imagining
that is our
like
turn.
the skeleton sounds from Oblivion.
All right, Misted, you're up. Muted.
God damn it. Looking around, I see my buddy Elbrig. Does this man look particularly ouched?
Who? Elbrig?
Yeah, Elbrig,
No,
you look like you ouched at all?
Elbrig's taking a swipe, but is not seriously hurt.
Misted is far more hurt than Elbrig is.
Misted is the big ouch, so you know how that's gonna go.
Mhm.
We're not gonna do that because that's not necessary. Because Tyrell's definitely not hurt. So we're just gonna cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on Misty, cause ouchie, man.
Okay. You still have, you can double your movement with your racial trait. You do have a
Mhm.
climbing speed of 30 feet. You do have all your movement left.
One moment, the healing must commence before I do anything else. Good news, guys, I'm not about to die. Hmm,
That is a wall, by the way.
that sure is, but I'm a cat.
I think you could reasonably just jump up it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terribly high.
Yeah, it's about 7. It's between 7 to 10 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I'm 7 foot, so I mean,
You can
honestly,
literally if you stood on your tiptoes, you can kind of peek over the floorboards and see the wheel and the slicks on the other side.
this is true.
Although you could also just double your bonus act, your movement, and then go over the rail.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very true. Hold on, one sec.
I mean, you've already used your action. You only have a bonus action left and movement.
Yeah, we're not gonna do we're not gonna do all of that shenaniganry. We are just gonna move.
All right, where are you gonna go?
I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go right here, and we're gonna peek. Is what we're gonna do.
All right, go ahead and peek.
We're gonna go put our little peepers over here so we can lookies.
Okay.
You could
Well,
see
okay.
another one of those things that just died right next to you. It appears completely undamaged, and Nomad is just facing it down.
So you can join the skeleton and give rattles of encouragement.
Or in your case, meows of encouragement.
Meow.
Or you
Yeah.
give a good old yowl.
I mean, I'm just saying, Misted only yowls for one reason, and we both know what that is.
Why did you have to go there?
It's too late. I've gone there.
It's too late to apologize.
All right.
Indeed.
Anything else?
Yeah, no, that's it.
All right. Nomad, you're up.
Hexblade's Curse.
Okay. Doesn't look any different from what you're currently putting it on, but okay.
And we're gonna swing.
Go ahead and swing.
It's a 15.
The 15 just hits.
That's going to be 13 plus an additional 3 from Hexblade's Curse, so 16 damage.
Okay.
And I assume the cold damage still does nothing.
Does nothing.
Second swing. That is a 17.
That hits.
That is going to be 15 damage total.
All right.
So for those two attacks, total of 31 damage.
Yeah, and you swing through, and how do you want to do this?
This thing, Nomad sees this thing evolve and become, even to him, grotesque. It's a mockery of life. Worse than even the undead from the swamp, and he thinks, this is an abomination. I must purge it. And just fucking stares it down and swings in with a fury and just cuts it in half. And then again. Fucking in a cross shape.
All right. And it just falls
So,
in
yeah.
meaty clumps to the ground.
Yeah, so, Elbrig can just barely see it start to fall, and Misted sees Nomad just fucking dispatch this thing.
All right.
Nomad don't fuck around. And as it falls, a small part of that inky black mist actually goes into Nomad. And then he drops his spell, and it's just him standing there above this thing.
All right. So, you now have, several dead bodies, several terrified crewmen. And I believe that is where we're going to call it for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right.